everyone. Welcome to the public forum. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or on to silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 25th of March 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must always make your submissions once the exhibition is open. I will call each person to the lectern, and I remind the community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded. You have 3 minutes. However, council can grant an additional 1 minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has been concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you some questions. I note the following people have requested to address council: Graham Hankin, notice of motion established of Dredging and Water Management Advisory, and Jenny McCullough, notice of motion Davistown Wetlands. So I'll ask Graham if Graham would like to come to the podium and please address the councillors.
Thank you. Yes, I'm addressing the notice of motion by Councillor Stanton on the establishment of a Dredging and Water Management Advisory Panel. I spoke on flood mitigation at the open forum 4 years ago when Mr. Pearson was the administrator. His conclusion was that there should be another consultant's review on the entrance management plan. And here we are again. Councillor Stanton's notice of motion is another advisory panel on dredging and water management, which is no doubt well intended but confusing on 3 points. Firstly, it duplicates the responsibilities of the recently approved Catchment to Coast Advisory Committee. Secondly, it proposes further reviews and delays. Thirdly, it does not recognise the critical timing for access to a new dredge. This procrastination is making a decision already caused a massive financial and emotional toll on the community. The new Catchment to Coast Advisory Committee clearly outlines its responsibility, one of which is to finalise the outstanding coastal management program. Proposing a second committee will fragment the management and planning process and cause duplication and further delays for a process that is already 4 years overdue. There has been 25 reviews of Tuggerah Lakes management and all have proposed maintenance dredging. Councillors need to know that in the past 5 years, there have been 5 expert consultant reports on dredging, 25 council resolutions, and 6 mayoral minutes and notices of motion. One of those reports in 2021 recommended that the entrance management plan and flood mitigation should be based on 2 key criteria: maintenance dredging and the early opening of the beach berm. Many management reviews involving expert consultants have commenced but have not been concluded. Repetition is the enemy of progress. The delays have been culpable, as shown at the council meeting February 2020, where Council Resolution 7620 requested that all previous consultant reports be presented to council urgently. After a 8-month delay, a review of 25 reports were presented, and in October, the conclusion by council was that they should formalise an entrance management plan to manage flooding, which is the same recommendation that was first reported in the Tuggerah Lakes Floodplain Risk Management Plan 2014. It must be emphasised that constant reviews only request result in delays and deprive council from ongoing funding opportunities. The motion for the new advisory panel has assumed that dredging grants might be available from the New South Wales Government through the Maritime Infrastructure Delivery Office, MIDO. However, the community has been informed that these
Mr. Hankin,
applications expired.
I'll just extend it by a minute.
Thank you.
You've got 1 minute.
Thank you. However, the community has been informed that these applications expired last December. MIDO has further advised to us that 9 priority waterways along the New South Wales coast have already been identified, and Tuggerah Lakes is not one of them. Finally, the cost of doing nothing. We know that the total cost to council from the February 2020 flood was $4.7 million. We know that the combined cost to the community for the 2020 and 2022 floods was $25 million. And we know that flood insurance premiums for Tuggerah Lakes residents are now prohibitive. Our community group is requesting that council endorse maintenance dredging as a matter of principle. While that resolution does not involve any funding by council, it provides a necessary commitment to dredging that will assist council's options when the CMP process is finalised. It's surely not too much to ask that the Tuggerah Lakes community, which once had a dedicated dredge, should lose this opportunity to access a new dredge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankin. It's Councillor Lamont.
Mr. Hankin, just a question. I just wanted to ask you about your experience with the Catchment Coast Advisory Committee.
Yes, I was on the advisory committee from 2018 until they were dissolved last year.
Okay, and you mentioned MIDO. I'm assuming you are familiar with the requests from other councils into a dredge. Do you know how many other councils are actually looking at dredges at the moment?
Yeah, we've got some correspondence from MIDO.
So what does that actually say?
That there are 9 ahead of us in the queue.
And are we included in the 9 or we're not?
Ettalong is included.
Okay.
But not Tuggerah Lakes.
Oh, so Central Coast Council is part of it, but not focusing on Tuggerah Lakes.
Yeah, there were 9 waterways that have been identified. Ettalong is one of them. Swansea's another one. But Tuggerah Lakes isn't.
Last question, unless anyone else. You mentioned a number of reports, like 20, I think you said 25 reports or something. Out of those, which one would you say is a real standout or the one that we should be paying attention to?
Okay. The first one is 2019. Consultants GHD did a dredging feasibility review. And in that review, they detailed the dredging programs that have taken place, what they should do in the future, and how they should do it. The next one is the Tuggerah Lakes Expert Panel Review that was commissioned by the state government in 2020. Their review highlighted the problems that we have in communicating with the community, that the council has in communicating with the community. The next one was the review in 2021 by Angus Gordon, which clearly, very succinctly explains how a simple problem can be resolved. And yet we are still, after all these years, just not taking it on board. An expert person who's the leader of his profession, his advice can't be taken on board. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Wright.
are we able to ask a question through you to the staff if it's to help Mr. Hankin with his queries? Because I had a question for the CEO just around, can you confirm whether council has written to MIDO or not?
I've certainly seen correspondence to MIDO, but Mr. Loader might be able to provide more information.
Yes, that's correct. We've written and we've had discussions with Mido as well.
Yeah, thank you for that, Director Loader. So I suppose my question then, Mr. Hankin, would just be more a statement, because I have seen some of the correspondence that you've shared with the councillors as well as the draft motion. But my understanding is that council has already written to Mido as well as the relevant minister. I just want to raise that as a point rather than a question, but thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Neil?
Yes, I just want to clarify, Mr. Loader, if the correspondence to Mido was in relation to Tuggerah Lakes or solely in relation to Ettalong?
It's my understanding, Councillor Neil, that it's in relation to both.
Any further questions? Thanks, Mr. Hankin. You can sit down now. Thanks. Next speaker tonight is speaking item 5.1, notice of motion Davistown Wetland Funds. I'd ask Jenny McCullough. Oh, I thought that was Jenny there. Jenny, good timing. You're on. It's all right, no problem.
Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, CEO and all senior officers and all present. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. The amount previous, and I want to support the motion with the additions that have been included. You obviously have a copy of that motion. It's up at the moment, is it? Yeah. The former fund was accumulated over many years, and it followed on from a wetland study in '84, which identified wetlands of note in Brisbane waters. A former DPA secretary, Elizabeth Innes, had prompted this study after she'd written to the then Environment Minister seeking to save Riley's Island, which they obviously did, from development. Councillor Smith was one of the community representatives on that committee. You would remember going and seeking to acquire wetlands in Davistown with Councillor Burke before you became a councillor. That fund was set up in 1993 and had another fund was set up in '92 for the whole of a whole lot of other wetlands apart from Davistown. When Council recently transferred the original fund to the Coastal Environment Fund, the Administrator added 2 key points for us in support of us, that we, the Association, the Wetlands Subcommittee, be consulted on the use of that fund, and that expenditure of the Davistown Wetlands Acquisition Fund on environmental management activities within Davistown be considered in the design of the Central Coast Conservation Policy. We were consulted. We have spoken to officers and had meetings with the estuaries team who provided us with maps. The recent POM had made sure that we knew exactly how many wetlands that Council owns in Davistown and Malinia Road and Henderson Road in Saratoga. There's at least 13. Is that my warning for a minute to go?
No, it's okay. You've got 30 seconds. You'll get an extension of a minute as well.
I'd just like to plead with Council. It's been 24 years in the coming. We'd like your support for this motion as it stands that Councillor Walsh has put up. And thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your support on this as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright. Councillor Lamont, got a question for?
Just assuming the motion does get carried, what further action do you think council should be taking, or what follow-up should we be doing as well?
In the actual amended copy, that there be a brief action plan that it be costed and that there be a timeline on it and that there be an annual allocation of funds. I mean, it does cover Davistown and Saratoga, Hensford Road and Melinia Road, and it would be sufficient to ensure that the wetlands are protected well into the future if an allocation is made annually. Thank you. Anybody else like to ask anything?
Any other questions?
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Smith.
Mayor. Jenny, do you feel there's no prospect of any further acquisitions in that area? I know there was a hope and a...
Not with the... not with Tony Altavilla. We did meet with him as an association and subcommittee, and I think we took it as far as we possibly could. And I do know that council spent a lot of time and effort trying to negotiate, and the price was never going to be enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are no other wetlands in the area that you're aware of that might be worth considering?
Not that I'm aware of at this point in time, but I applaud council and yourself for the actions that you put into actually purchasing wetlands in Davistown, because that was wonderful forethought, thinking well ahead of time. But what needs to happen is repair of those wetlands,
All right, thanks.
so that they really do protect the flora and fauna in the area and stop siltation and blocking of drains for flooding.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Jenny. Bye.
Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you very much
Thanks,
for your
Jenny.
time.
Thank you. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you. evening, everyone. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or on silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I'd like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off when no longer addressing the council. I now declare the meeting open at 6:33. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young Country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they might have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I have non-pecuniary, non-significant interest. Item 4.1, rescission motion entry into aviation services lease for a helicopter hub over part of Central Coast Airport, Warnerville. When I was the chair of the RDA, I signed a letter of support for this initiative to support the development of the airport. I will remain in the chamber and manage my conflict. Councillor Moreland.
No interest, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McGregor.
No in conflicts, nothing to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Castles. Councillor Crowley.
I have a very low non-pecuniary conflict of interest.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sorry, in 4.1 about the airport. I'll remain in the chamber though.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
No conflict.
Councillor Neal.
I have no conflict in relation to any other matter on the paper today.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Eden.
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare.
Thank you. I now call for a mover for the motion for the confirmation of minutes, but Councillor Smith, would you like to have a matter arising here?
I will, Mr. Mayor, so will I go ahead with that now or confirm the minutes first?
We'll do the minutes first, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have a mover? Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous. Councillor, so carried. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a motion up on the screen. Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I suppose I need a seconder, but if I want to just preempt that, I thought at the last meeting I did ask that the minutes be included in the agenda paper, and look, that wasn't done, so I think it was my mistake in not formally moving that way. So that's what the point of this is about, is including the draft minutes in the agenda paper and giving that a little bit more thought, including the minutes of committees, our standing committees, when they start, in the attachments. So if I have a seconder, I'll just say one or two more sentences and then I'll be done. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Wien.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the minutes are an important record of our decision making. They should be in the agenda so that people can find them easily. And I would note that, you know, over the last 20 also used that I've been paying attention to councils on the Central Coast. There are some minutes from the former councils that people just can't locate. So I think they do need to be in a place where we can be sure that they will be accessible, even though there'll be draft minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton, any discussion? No? No other discussion? All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you. Council intends to deal with the multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of a single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters or matters that councillors may wish to speak on. I will now call the number and title of each item and indicate whether they are already been starred by councillors. I'll then ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the items will be discussed and debated. So items starred for discussion are 2.1, Australian Local Government Put Our Communities First campaign, which is a mayoral minute by myself. 3.1, Monthly Finance Report, February 2025. 3.2, Monthly Investment Report, February 2025. 3.3, Stormwater Drainage Charge Request to Minister for Local Government. 3.3, 3.4, 10-year road renewal programme. 3.5, Strategic Property Acquisition Coastal Open Space 2 Meads Road, Mount Elliott. 3.6 has not been starred for discussion, which is Gosford Regional Library Projects Status Update. That's not been starred, will not be discussed. 3.7, Review Committee Current Library Building Minutes and Recommendations, February 2025. 3.8, Economic Development Committee Meeting Minutes, February 2025, has not been starred, so that will not be discussed. 3.9, Proposed Ordinary Council Meeting Schedule July to December has been starred for discussion. 3.10, Draft Council Expenses and Facilities Policy for Public Exhibition has been starred for discussion. Draft Community Engagement Strategy for Adoption has been starred for discussion. 3.12, Local Planning Panel Submissions Policy 2025 per Public Exhibition has been starred. 3.13, Administrator and Councillor Expenses and Facilities Report, 1st of July 2024 to 31st of December 2024 has not been starred. 3.14, Community Support Grant Programme, January 2025 has not been starred. 4.1, Rescission Motion Entry into Aviation Services Lease for a Helicopter Hub over part of Central Coast Airport has been starred for discussion. 4.2, Rescission Motion Amendment to Councillor Notice of Motion has been starred for discussion. And 5.1, Notice of Motion Davistown Wetlands Funds has been starred for discussion. 5.2, Notice of Motion the Coast Council Sustainability and Climate Action Plan 2022 to 25 has been starred for discussion. 5.3, Notice of Motion Establishment of Dredging and Water Management Advisory Panel has been starred. And finally, 5.4, Notice of Motion Status of Coastal Management Programmes has been starred for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, there appears to be one missing, which is 3.15 on page 87. It's down as 3.14, which is the same number as previously on the items.
I've got 3.14 and I've got 3.15.
3.15 or 3.14 is the item number. It's on page 87. It should be 3.15.
We'll just get staff to look at that. Thank you. You looking? You got? What's the title? Councillor McNamara, what title is it?
3.15 on page 87, it should be 3.15, is customer experience satisfaction survey results.
You're working on an earlier version of the agenda, and that's not listed on the agenda.
It's in the business paper.
Yeah.
In the business paper, I downloaded it.
Can I have a mover for the Councillor Reaton, second by Councillor Wright? All those in favour of moving?
Hang on. Sorry, we're unclear what we're voting on over here. We couldn't hear what was going on.
Just voting on the items of exception.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I've pushed my microphone a couple of times to make a request before we put this to a vote. From the gallery, I've been asked that people are here to look at the Davistown one and the dredging notice of motions. I was going to ask if I could move a procedural motion to bring those forward, so that way they're not waiting till 9:30 at night to hear those two.
Yeah, we'll just deal with the matter now, and then we'll deal with that. But thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so we've got a move and motion of all the items of exception. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. So just give me a minute to get my numbers.
You've got to do let's move the mayoral minute because it takes precedence.
All right, I'll do the mayoral minute, and then we'll come back to you further.
I think.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
The mayoral minute should take precedence, and then we move to your procedural motion.
Item 2.1, the mayoral minute. The next federal election must be held by 17th of May 2025, working in conjunction with its member state and territory associations. The Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, has developed a national advocacy campaign that will run in the lead up to this election called Put Our Communities First. The goal of the campaign is to secure additional federal funding that will support councils to play a bigger role in delivering local solutions to national priorities. All Australian councils have been asked to participate. Participating will strengthen the national campaign and does not preclude councils from advocating on additional local issues. Put Our Communities First campaign will advocate for new federal funding to be distributed to all councils on a formula basis similar to the Commonwealth's Roads to Recovery programme or the previous Local Roads and Community Infrastructure programme. 5 national funding priorities have been determined by the ALGA board. These are 1.1 billion per year for enabling infrastructure to unlock housing supply, 500 million per year for community infrastructure, 600 million per year for safer local roads, 900 million per year for increased local government emergency management capability and capacity, and 400 million per year for climate change adaptation. These priorities provide an opportunity to secure additional funding for projects that are important for the growth and prosperity of Central Coast and of the nation. So, any discussion?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. There's been a number of announcements made by Dr. Gordon Reid in relation to additional funding of roads. How do those announcements and the additional funding that he's committed to alter the targets that you've just read out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, any of the funding targets usually identified through any campaign are specific and not part of the national targets. So they'd be separate.
So the funds that have been promised for Avoca Drive and the additional 6.8 million that Dr. Gordon Reid, the present member for Robertson, has committed to is quite separate from the proposal you're putting forward, Mr. Mayor.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd understand they would be separate funds.
It's good to see those commitments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been asked by the gallery if we could put forward the Davistown issue and the dredging one. So I'll move a procedural motion that 5.1, 5.3 and 5.4 be brought forward to be discussed now or to be debated now.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. All those in favour? Yep, unanimous. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is 5.1, notice of motion, Davistown Wetlands funds. So, can I have a mover? Councillor Walsh, second Councillor Wright. Thank you. Any discussion? No.
Mr. Mayor, I have sent through an amendment to this, which I understand has been received. Yeah. So I'm moving the amended version. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is the amended version.
Yeah. Councillor Wright, are you still happy to accept? Yep, second it, thanks. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Davistown Wetlands Subcommittee and the Davistown community, generally speaking, has waited far too long for action from Central Coast Council to adequately address and respond to the work that is needed to repair and restore the health and importance of the publicly owned wetlands in Davistown. Urgent action is needed to address the degradation of said wetlands, to repair and restore the wetlands, thereby acknowledging and embracing the importance of wetlands ecologically and economically to the Central Coast community. Acknowledging and supporting all that was said by our speaker at the public forum this evening, it cannot be emphasised enough that the health of wetlands has a direct correlation to the wealth of and from the wetlands. Of course, I don't mean just economic wealth. I think some of us are at times more interested in economic advantages from services, and we don't always think of wetlands as providing services. But supporting the ecological and human well-being benefits of wetlands good health is what allows us to realise the economic benefits from these wetlands. Our Central Coast Community Strategic Plan states that the values of the Central Coast community are strongly tied to its natural areas and ecosystems such as beaches, waterways, ridges, estuaries, lakes and valley floors. The parks, gardens and natural bushland contribute to the lifestyle, culture and beauty of the region. Large bushland and wetland areas are important for our air and water quality and provide homes for birds, animals and native plants. And that's straight from our strategic plan. So our plan is clear about the importance of cherishing and protecting our beautiful natural environment through protecting our rich environmental heritage by conserving beaches, all waterways, bushland, wildlife corridors and inland areas and the diversity of local native species. This is what the Davistown Wetlands community is committed to, and this is what the Davistown Wetlands community is asking for yet again in terms of action to utilise funds which have their genesis in Davistown for wetlands to support the community, to support the wetlands. The current degraded and rather decrepit state of said wetlands is a disaster and should bring shame on those who should have done better and who could have done better. The money is there. Decisions to not geographically ring-fence money were at the very least lacking in transparency owed to the Davistown wetlands community. In terms of wetlands values, they are the most important and productive systems in the world. In 1997, it was identified that services delivered by wetlands globally stood at approximately the Australian value of $22 trillion. More recently, that's in 21, that's been updated by the Ramsar Convention on Global Wetland Outlook to provide an updated amount to be a truly staggering, eye-watering estimated amount of Australian $74.5 trillion, emphasising services like flood control, water purification and carbon sequestration. So, wetlands store blue carbon, the carbon that's captured by the world's ocean and coastal ecosystems, and that staggering figure I mentioned is measuring the value of blue carbon to the world economy, but of course that trickles down, maybe a form of trickle-down economics that actually could work. So wetland habitats, most of us know, including the lakes, the rivers, swamps and groundwater aquifers, are all principal suppliers of renewable fresh water for human use and provide many ecosystem services, which I could list, but I suspect I don't really need to. Protecting and restoring our wetlands is not just an environmental goal, but actually an economic imperative in this day and age, ensuring the continued flow of benefits like flood protection, clean water, rich biodiversity and climate stability. Recent authoritative estimates make clear that wetlands are natural assets of extraordinary worth and their conservation yields a very high return on investment for society generally. What Davistown Progress Association Wetlands Subcommittee wants is what they have worked for, asked for and wanted for a very, very long time: repair, restoration and protection of the vital publicly owned wetlands in their community. What this community is asking for is supported by Council's Community Strategic Plan, supported by the Biodiversity Strategy, the COS Strategy, the many flood risk management plans, and it sure sounds like it should be strongly supported by the Economic Development Strategy as well, in terms of blue carbon capture.
Councillor Walsh.
Time? Yeah.
More than time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Wright. Whatever Councillor Walsh used over, you're losing it. I'm just joking.
He's all right with that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, what a historic day for the people of Davistown. This is 25 years in the making. First picked up in 1984, picked up again in 1993. I'm sure many aren't aware, but councillors actually did a site visit of the Davistown wetlands, and that was in 1994. This conversation has been going on for far too long. This is $1.5 million that has always and will always belong to the people of Davistown, and that's something we should all be very proud of. I obviously want to thank Councillor Walsh and Councillor McKenna, as well as the council staff for assisting with getting this to where we are today. I think it's important that after 3 years of administration, we've come in and in 6 months we've put this important item on the table, and hopefully tonight it passes unanimously, which I'm sure it will. This work, the Davistown Progress Association has actually put together probably close to 100 pages of work that they want done. So I have to say the Davistown Progress Association, perhaps one of the most proactive local organisations in Australia. I can see Jenny McCullough, their fearless leader, folding the report around there, which is great to see. So these are wishes which council must act on, and I know that council staff already have a copy of that report, and that's certainly something that we should work through along with council staff and of course the councillors. But again, there's been countless petitions over the last 4 or 5 years even. There's been site inspections going back for 25, so I'm so proud of us, a group of councillors tonight who will finally get this done, put it to bed and deliver the money back to Davistown. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to add my congratulations to the Davistown Progress Association and the Davistown community. As I intimated in my question to Jenny, there were previous hopes that this funding could be used to acquire some of the wetland area that was not in public ownership, and that didn't eventuate. So I would commend the group and commend the councillors for this alternative motion that will put those funds to good use in maintaining and restoring those wetlands. Davistown is an important area for those environmental values. The wetlands play an important role, as Councillor Walsh outlined, and we know that a report by Chris Hardy many years ago indicated that in the former Gosford LGA, I think we've lost about 80% of the wetlands that used to exist in that area. So the restoration and maintenance of these are critically important. And added to that, we have a population of green and gold billfrog down there, which is an endangered species. And so ensuring that habitat is continues to thrive is important. So commend the Progress Association, their dedication over many, many years, and acknowledge the work of some of those local community members in maintaining and supporting those wetlands, including some of those that have passed, that used to work very diligently in land care and bush care groups in that local area. It's been a long effort and a sustained effort. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. You can do a bit louder than that. A bit louder, please. Come on, you've just got 1.5 million. A bit louder. I'm only kidding. Councillor Neil.
I rise to move for item 5.3 as amended, which has been circulated.
You should need to take the person who's listening to that motion should have the call. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I was on my feet first.
Yeah, but it's not listed. The person's down with the notice of
Please
motion.
advise me, Mr. Mayor, which procedure requires the person who lodged the motion to be called first. My understanding is the person who first indicates they wish to speak should be called.
No, well, I'm overruling that. The person who's put the notice of motion in will speak first. Can you put off your microphone, please?
Sorry, just before we begin, I did give a small amendment to the staff. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
5.3, notice of motion establishment of dredging and water management advisory. It's Councillor Lamont. She's got her buzzer on. She'd put it off. Sorry, Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm putting forward this motion tonight for the establishment of a Dredging and Water Management Advisory Panel. The Central Coast has been severely impacted by flooding in the past, particularly in the last 5 years. In February 2020, the flood reached 1.67 elevation in metres with respect to Australian height datum, and in July 2022 it reached 1.72. Some homes were completely inundated with water. When it floods, families are displaced from their homes, lose their possessions, pets and vehicles, and all of this creates emotional and financial strain. No family should be out of their home for months on end because of the impact of floods. Flooding also has an impact on our local infrastructure. We lose access to our walkways and cycleways. Our local roads need to be fixed from potholes that are created, requiring enormous funds from council. The combined cost following the two 2022 floods was $25 million. Poor drainage exacerbates the problem, with floodwater and downpour unable to dissipate. People talk about flooding and what it's like, but until you actually live it, it's difficult to fully understand its effects. The water is so cold, it's so black and murky and has absolutely nowhere to go. It's surrounding you in your living room. You have to carry your babies and your pets on your back. You see fences and jetties being pulled down the river at fast speed, gushing with the water. You lose power. You can't get in and out of your house or get groceries as the roads are all blocked. You're on every Facebook page trying to find sandbags. I've lived this, and so have too many other families around Tuggerah Lake. We need to be proactive to prevent or at least mitigate the impact of flooding on our local communities. With so many floods lately, there has been an increase in the number of insurance claims, which has impacted on the cost of insurance, which has actually increased by about 500% in the last couple of years. This has become preventative and made it impossible for many to have insurance, which itself creates a problem. I believe Central Coast Council can be doing more for the local community. Dredging has been a solution called for by local community groups, such as Tuggerah Lake's Care Group. However, Council has seen the source of flooding as being unrelated to dredging practice. This is why I have proposed a panel that brings together all of these groups, along with industry experts, to collaborate and share their viewpoints, investigate all the options and find the best solution for everyone. The panel will enable a comprehensive review to create a plan within Council. With informed decision-making and contributions from a range of stakeholders, we will have a united approach to this complex issue. We need to protect the people of the Central Coast, protect their homes and ensure their safety. And we need to find a way to mitigate the flooding. And that is what this panel seeks to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
I'd like to speak against the motion. Can I do that now?
Yeah.
I think everyone here knows how bad flooding is, and there's a group in the gallery that have been working to get dredging back in the lake, Tuggerah Lake, for quite some time. Then Graham Hankin, who spoke in the public forum, I hope everyone was listening, because he's probably more of an expert to us. He's been on the Coast and Catchment Committee from 2018. I think some of us have only been here for 6 months, so he really does know what he's talking about. And one of the things that he stressed is we don't need a panel to actually get this done. There's also already a Catchment to Coast Committee. If there's any other panel that is actually required, I think it's up to the Catchment to Coast Committee to actually decide that. So that's the first point. But you're basically diluting what the committee is also set out to do. I think Director Loader last week said that the Catchment to Coast Committee pretty much satisfies the regulatory functions that are required for flood mitigation, CNP, and a whole lot of other legislation. So I can't see the point in actually bringing in another panel, which will just fulfil the purpose of the dredging. So I am proposing an amendment that Council notes its approval in principle of maintenance dredging in Tuggerah Lakes, specifically of a connective channel through the shoals of Tuggerah Lakes entrance compartment to the back of the beach berm, as part of an ongoing strategy for flood mitigation and water quality improvement. Requests that Council investigate grant funding avenues through New South Wales Government to support dredging operations in Tuggerah Lakes. Directs the Chief Executive Officer to continue discussions with New South Wales State Government, MIDO, regarding potential availability of the new dredge allocated to Lake Macquarie Council for the use in Tuggerah Lakes. Requires the CEO to report back to Council by the end of April 25 on points 2 and 3. Notes that the Coast and Catchment Advisory Committee is a long-standing governance structure that satisfies the requirements of the Coastal Management Act, the Floodplain Development Manual, and other relevant legislation as confirmed in the last meeting. Refers this matter to the Catchment to Coast Advisory Committee as a standing agenda item for further discussion on ongoing updates. I am proposing the amendment because Council...
I think that's a foreshadowed motion.
So I was just going to let Councillor I was just going to let Councillor Lamont finish and then bring that up. So, Councillor Lamont, if you just want to finish.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm proposing this amendment because Council has already endorsed the Catchment to Coast Advisory Committee, and our Speaker pretty much said there was no purpose in this panel. It served no purpose. That committee, which is a continuation of a long-standing governance structure, is explicitly aligned with the Coastal Management Act, Floodplain Development Manual, and other relevant state policies and legislation. This was confirmed last meeting. The Coast and Catchment Advisory Committee is already designed to guide council in matters like dredging, water quality, flood mitigation, coastal hazards, catchment management. Establishing separate advisory panel now would be a redundant and inefficient process. It would duplicate responsibilities, create unnecessary confusion, and dilute effectiveness of council's already endorsed governance structure. This amendment keeps the intent of the original motion, progressing dredging in Tuggerah Lakes, but ensures that the work is done under the proper and already established committee framework.
Thank you. So, I'm not accepting that as an amendment, I'm accepting that as a foreshadowed motion. So, Councillor Lamont, just let you know, not as an amendment, but a foreshadowed motion. Councillor Neil? Oh, sorry.
Correct the record. Councillor Lamont read something out that's not up there. So, Mr. Mayor, just listening to Councillor Lamont reading it, and I know you identified it as a foreshadow, but there was a section that Councillor Lamont read out that is not up on the screen, I thought. So I just think in the interest of not having to do this later, if we could just get that correct.
It should just be what's up on the screen.
Oh, is it? Okay, all right. I'll.
Mr. Mayor, if you're ready for me now, I will proceed.
I am ready.
I will move the motion, which is an amendment to Councillor Stanton's, which has been provided to Civic Support. If they could please put that forward. This motion is an amendment to the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Stanton, and I have to say that I do understand her understanding of the problems of flooding and issues around Tuggerah Lakes, and she has encapsulated a lot of those problems, a lot of the stresses caused by the families in that area. Unfortunately, she incorrectly identifies a solution to the problem by having further studies and discussion. It is too late for more examination. It is too late for no action to be taken. And that is why I am moving a motion which encapsulates some of the principles endorsed by both Councillor Lamont and Councillor Stanton, but takes it forward to taking action, because the community in Tuggerah Lakes and frankly further afield are sick of inaction. There has to be some remedy to the problems that they have experienced over many years. And as we know, with the increasing climate change, this problem is not only increasingly severe and regular, but will continue to be so over time. So there is no need for another committee. The Catchment to Coast Advisory Committee, as Councillor Lamont has identified, can deal with this problem, but I don't think we need to step forward and examine what the best method of dredging is, not just decide whether or not we're going to have dredging. There is a severe problem with flooding, and it is time that we did something about it. There is presently a state government funded program that allows us to share a dredge, which is presently being used by Lake Macquarie. And it's time that we took the necessary action to ensure that we can use it to provide a solution for the Tuggerah Lakes flooding. The major problem seems to be that the coastal management plan has not been concluded, something I find quite astonishing after the number of years that has been in development, that we, as a matter of urgency, complete the coastal management plan, determined to undertake dredging and liaise with the state government in order to obtain that dredge to alleviate the problems that the community in Tuggerah Lakes has been suffering under for many years. I commend this amended motion to you.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. And again, the same as Councillor Lamont, this is not an amendment, it's a foreshadowed motion.
Can you please indicate, Mr. Mayor, why you have made that ruling?
Yeah, good on you.
An amendment has to be a minor variation on the original. The original is to create a review panel, and if you look at both the motions, they are significant changes from that. They're best considered as foreshadowed motions. Those foreshadowed motions sit, and they would sit in the order in which they've been foreshadowed. So Councillor Lamont's would be first, and then Councillor Neil's would be second.
Is that your reason, Mr. Mayor?
Exactly,
and
as
your
I said.
didn't even move.
I never even moved. I'll get him to take his hand out my back as well. Councillor Newland, can you put off your buzzer, please? Councillor Newland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, question to Councillor Stanton. If your motion gets up tonight, what do you envision the time frame would be for the panel to make some informed decisions and report back to Council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Moreland. I would anticipate this only being a few months. The idea of this panel is to bring together the council staff with the community, with local industry experts to discuss and to evaluate what's currently practice in council, what the viewpoints are of particular local industry groups, and report back within a few months to the Environment and Planning Committee, which would then come to the council for resolution. And the idea would be that we are evaluating what council does, the documents, and what funding is available, and then pushing for it.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against the motion. I was hoping to get through tonight without having to talk too much, but it is imperative that someone raises a few points about this to bring home a few home truths. Now, being a history teacher, I'm quite familiar with the myth of Nero playing with his fiddle while Rome burned. I'm not sure what the aquatic equivalent is, but I may well just be looking at it. Now, we have people here whose homes, businesses, etc., families are impacted by this, as you have identified yourself, saying that you're one of those affected, and you're going to tell them that this committee is going to be better than the other ones and this is going to fix the problem. You've had two alternatives up on here, which shouldn't really be considered to be foreshadowed motions. They should really be seen as for what they are, which is that they are enhancing the intent of the original motion, if the intent is to genuinely fix this problem. Unless the intent is not to. If the intent is to stuff around and go over another 30 years worth of reports when you know what to do already, so that we can have a new committee with new names on it, and it'd be great. We'll have 3 new people from the public. Well, you've already heard from the public who's been on the last one since 2018. You've heard from all the people, not even the ones up there, but the ones who routinely come to this building or to the former Gosford Council when through mismanagement and ineptitude, their homes and their communities are ravaged by floods. If you would like a repeat of that, keep kicking the can down the road, keep making it someone else's problem, or you can be the face of the problem, and this new committee can too. We need to start looking at things strategically, and we need to start looking at things in a way where we're actually going to solve problems rather than just discuss them and put them away to talk about later. There's no reason not to accept either Councillor Lamont or Councillor Neil's amendment, or at least aspects of those. You can amend what's on the screen here to be more proactive to fix this problem. Now look, this time of year, this is the flood season. This is when we have the rain and the storms. We've gone through 4 or 5 years of reasonably extreme versions of this, and you want to wait 3 months after it's all happened so we can maybe fix it next year. You heard about the tens of millions of dollars of damage that was done. Do we need to add to that because it's better to wait longer, or should we do something about it now? This is really ridiculous. I mean, we're constantly castigating each other about all these things, and we're going, we're the real adults in the room. And look at what we get. Look at the substance. I get accused of people over there of being too theatrical. Deal with the substance. Actually listen to something, learn from it. Look at what's on the board, what's it going to achieve? And when the homes are flooded and the people are angry, think about your role in contributing to that, because you had an ability to stop that or to do something better than it's been done before, and you chose to walk away from your responsibility and set up another review. Let's go and pay more consultants, more money to come up with the same answers. People know how to solve this problem. It comes down to the political will. The Tuggerah Lakes issue has been politicised and used as a political football for decades, and I'm fed up with it. I really had enough of it, and I don't even live there. So imagine if I did, how angry I'd be. It's time to step up. You have 8 votes in this chamber. Use them for good, not stupid games for a change. You have sensible suggestions which enhance your resolution, and if you are genuine about being the one who solves this and achieving what you're trying to do, you need to work with the others on the amendments, and you need to listen to your community. They're the ones that put you there, and those who giveth, they can taketh away next time. There's only going to be 9 of us here, not 15 next time, so you probably want to be thinking about where you're going to be in a few years' time if you have any intention of returning. What you do in this chamber matters, and it has a direct impact on people's lives. Motions that don't solve problems and create committees and create more staff work and more money and dollars for consultants, great. If that's your prerogative, go for it. But I'm pretty sure there's not going to be too many people out of the 340,000 people who live here who are going to be happy with it, particularly those in the entrance ward. Councillors, it looks like what's in front of you is going to get up as it is. This is not the way to solve the problem. This is a way to perpetuate the problem. Let's get serious about fixing things and making things worse, because this region has serious challenges and it needs serious people to step up and do something about it, not play political games with it, like we see time and time again in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm personally sick of the politics with coastal management up on the coast, and there's no need for this motion. There's already a committee. The reviews are done by the hundreds. We don't need another one. Let's just get on with it, show council's intent that we are serious about dredging, and we're going to start acting on that right now, not waiting for a panel and everything that you just deciding or thinking you're going to do with a panel is actually going to be done with the Catchment to Coast Committee. Have a look at the minutes if you have had a chance of what the Catchment to Coast Committee does. You're just duplicating the effort. I even had Councillor Eaton write to me a week before we actually got nominated, saying, Corinne, I know you're all about dredging on the lakes, get the Catchment to Coast Committee up. And I've got the email here.
Councillor Green.
I was just waiting for a bit of a decorum. It's probably a false hope. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supporting the motion, and I do think it's important to put on the record that, in fact, Council only, and I can be corrected, 2 weeks ago was at work dredging a pilot channel at the berm at North Entrance in anticipation or in preparation for a possible flood event. So the suggestion that nothing is being done is clearly incorrect. The only difference I can really see between the motion and the various foreshadowed motions is that one is to set up a specialist dredging panel, and the rest, the other two, are to have it to the Coast and Coast Catchment Committee, whatever the name of it's called now, Catchment to Coast, thank you, Councillor Lamont, Committee. effectively that is the only difference. Neither one of them are actually committed to doing work because, of course, we've got to get all sorts of approvals to do any work. We've got to get funding to do any work. And I can say, and the Mayor and I have had a number of discussions with the General Manager about acquiring some use of the Lake Macquarie dredge through MIDO, and that work is ongoing. So I'm frankly talking about political games. I mean, they're coming from other people in this room who don't want to acknowledge there's actually work being done on all these issues. And as I say, I'll finish with saying, one is to set up a specialist panel, and the foreshadows are to just have it on a generalist. And I think it's a sensitive enough and important enough motion that it deserves a specialist panel.
Councillor Regan, can you, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do just have a question for staff, if I may. If I could, through you to either the CEO or the Director, is the dredging and the water management, I think it refers to water quality, are they matters that will be included as part of the coastal management program? Are they likely to be included in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith, the coastal management plan, catchment management plan is really around the strategic path for management of the estuary. So it could include matters such as dredging, water management, flood mitigation. It's really the pathway to providing grant funding opportunities under the Coast and Estuary Grants program. So those matters that are listed in there, to answer your question, they do fall under that broader strategic approach.
All right, thank you, Mr. Director. Could I just ask a further question? Do we know what's the deadline on the coastal or catchment management programs, whatever they're called these days? I know they're going to come up again later in the meeting, but there's a state government deadline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith, I'm not aware of any specific deadlines, but I can tell you the program that we're working towards to bring those for adoption. At the moment, the Coastal Lagoons one we're hoping to have that to council by the end of the year, but the Tuggerah Lakes one's next year.
Okay.
So we're moving.
Mr. Mayor, if I if I can just speak against the motion that appears on the screen, and I guess although I can't speak to it, I would be supportive of the foreshadows. Again, as other councillors have indicated, my concern is the duplicating of effort and the fragmenting of effort. I think in recent years, council has made a little bit of progress in the management of the entrance and has been a little bit more proactive. Obviously, the community continues to be, and justifiably, concerned about future flooding events. So there is a clear need for further consideration, further understanding, and some of these actions that the various councillors have outlined. But I will be voting against this because, again, I think it fragments effort, duplicates effort, and also is not sufficiently holistic in the approach that it's taken. I know that the expert panel that was established, Mr. Crouch, I think, initiated it, and the expert panel operated a few years ago. Although I don't think they were specifically looking at this issue, my recollection is in a lot of their commentary in their report, they highlighted that one of the failures of our council, and it's not individual, it's I think more the politics, is that we don't take a holistic approach. We don't take a broad approach on the management of the lakes and the management of this issue. So I will be voting against this motion, not because I don't believe it's an important issue to our community, but there is a better way of doing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal and Councillor Lamont, you spoke against the motion.
I'm happy to speak against the motion, but also to clarify some of the matters raised by Councillor Eaton. You may be surprised to know that Councillor Eaton misrepresented the contents of both my amendment and Councillor Lamont's, in that he stated that the only difference between the two motions was that one said there should be a new committee, and we relied on the catchment to Coast Advisory Committee. That is a complete misrepresentation. The core of the motion and the amendment that I moved was that the coastal management plan be completed as quickly as possible. With all due respect to the director, and I don't hold him personally responsible, he's only been here a short time, but it is the responsibility of the entire council that we have been aware of the issues of flooding and the consequence of that for our community for so long, and that the priority and the funding required to complete that coastal management plan
Councillor Neil,
has not
you've no
been
grounds to be
allocated.
speaking.
Beg your pardon?
Could you please put your microphone off?
Why?
Because you've no grounds to be speaking on this.
I can't understand.
You've spoken twice.
I'm speaking against this motion.
You can't. You've already spoke against it.
No, I spoke for my amendment.
No, you can't. Thank you.
You have to win by stopping people speaking. I don't think that's an appropriate way to proceed.
Just learn how to work your microphone and you'll do okay. Put it off. Any other discussion? Councillor Stanton, do you want to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take this moment just to clarify that nothing in this motion has proposed that we're going to be speaking to consultants or organising additional reports that cost council money. That is not something that, Mr. Mayor, could you please let me have the floor for a second? Thank you so much.
What was that? You were speaking.
Nothing in this motion has proposed that, and for all the commentary saying that it does, it clearly does not. This panel is proposing to bring a variety of stakeholders together to solve the problem together. When council says one thing and when the community says another, I think it's really important that we bring them together to discuss this, to evaluate this, and to actually come to a conclusion together, because that is the best way to move forward. There isn't a dredging policy currently. I do believe that there is more that council can do. I see the problem. I have experienced the problem. And to say that I do not want to be negative about this, it's false. I want to see solutions from council. I want to see the community better off. And that is what this panel is seeking to do. It is not a long-term panel. It is goal-orientated, and that's what we will achieve. Thank you.
Can I just... Why can't we keep talking as a real...
You've closed it. She's closed the debate. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Carried 8-7. Next item on the agenda is...
Mr. Mayor, as this motion has passed, we have a motion arising.
Sorry, Councillor Stanton, never heard that for the noise in the gallery.
As this motion was carried, we now have a motion arising to elect the councillors as part of the panel. Business arising.
That's right. Yeah. Business arising. Yeah.
We'll bring a report back to April. Next item on the agenda is 5.4. Notes of motion status of coastal management programs. Do you have a mover?
Yes, I'll move that way.
Councillor Castles. Do you have a seconder? Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. I think, as we've already noted this evening, the coastal management programs have been actually mentioned in a couple of the preceding, I think, foreshadows. Now, the issue here is that we really, at the moment, are sort of sitting, in a sense, waiting for these things to be finalised. I'm aware there is work going on. However, at this stage, we really need to know some more about it. So what we're asking for is that, as is on the screen, we do need to get these things done. The status of these coastal management programs, the timelines, the breakdown of funding, total amounts received by each of them, how the funds will be allocated and expended, an explanation as to why, after nearly 5 years commencement of the process, only the Lake Macquarie Coastal Management Program, which is actually a collaborative one with Central Coast Council, has been completed and certified. And we need to know what's required to finalise the remaining ones. We've also got a major issue with the information that's available to the community on Council's website in terms of the CMPs. Now, one of the things that I think is really important is that in terms of any ideas around dredging, for example, as mentioned in the resolution that has just been carried, is to note that for the process to have weight with the state government, then it is vital that it is identified in a completed and certified community coastal management program. This weight means that, from my understanding and research, that the council would then be able to unlock other sources of funding to support dredging should this be an outcome a CMP identifies as desirable. For example, the Lake Macquarie CMP clearly identifies in point C 4.1 implement dredging and sand placement in accordance with the framework for navigation in Swansea Channel. This is an example of the sort of statement that you might have in a coastal management program, which actually specifically identifies that matter and then tells you more about what that might cost, etc. This is why this needs to happen and happen soon. The other thing that I'm really concerned is because the only one that is currently complete is the Lake Macquarie one. If you try and look on our council website for this, which, bearing in mind, takes in some of the Central Coast and which the northern area of the Central Coast, and which council itself has been involved clearly as a partner in actually preparing, adding in information to, etc., etc. What we find is that we cannot even find this thing on our website. I had to go searching through to Lake Macquarie's website to find the document, an 83-page document. That's where I had to find it. Impossible to find on our own website. What does this say about transparency and accountability for our community? In addition to which, when you go onto the meagre page that we have on our website, which I actually had to search for and it was not easy to find, it actually says that you can click on a link and it will take you to further information. I've got some information for you all, and I'm sure some of you may not be surprised. What it says is, if you click on the link, it says it leads you to a non-functional page not found error. Surely our community deserves more in the interest of accountability, transparency, and better information than that is available on page not found. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Loughton.
Mayor, I've got an amendment which I've given to the ladies. To civic support, thank you. If I've got a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Councillor Eaton, it's not an amendment, it's a foreshadowed amendment. Motion, foreshadowed motion.
All right.
Yes, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, look, I'll try instead of that. I think this would be an amendment. Can we go back to the original motion? And just in line 1, provide a comprehensive report to the Environmental and Planning Committee.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Eaton.
Is that accepted as an amendment?
Yes.
If I get a second, I'll speak to that.
Councillor McQuaid, second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And councillors, last ordinary meeting, we went through quite a process of establishing 5 standing committees. And the point of those standing committees is to do a lot of the specialist work and the detailed work involved in those sections. There is no point in setting up standing committees and then not using them and having material coming straight to the ordinary meeting.
Could the gallery please be quiet? Thank you.
This clearly is an important issue. It is something that would be reported to the Environment and Planning Committee. The actual coastal management programs will be an item that regularly comes to that committee. So we need to be consistent to start to make the committees work, and it is only logical that this matter be reported to that committee, and then in turn it will come from that committee up to council. I don't think I need to say anything more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Oh, he's got a second. There's Councillor McQuaid.
Councillor McQuaid.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
Councillor Eden was just saying that we don't need another committee because things should be going to the standing committee, but he's quite happy to accept a panel. Yeah. To which committee?
The same committee.
Yeah. The CMP, we've already talked about this, is actually part of the functions of the Catchment to Coast Committee, Advisory Committee. So that's where the reports should be going, and that is the purpose of that committee. And I think you know that because you've been around, for, as you pointed out in an email to me, for 25 years.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against the amendment and in favour of the original resolution that was provided by Councillor Castles. There's an old saying in government which is quite relevant here, which is if you want to kill something off, you send it to a committee. We've been waiting for 5 years for this to be done. That's half a decade. We're halfway through the 2020s and it's still not done. But we have this bizarre fetish for more committees. We should probably establish a committee to discuss committees and then have a subcommittee of that committee to discuss that. Every single thing seems to come to this chamber needs to go back to another committee. But none of these committees are advisory committees, funnily enough, because that would mean that the community get a say and they actually get to have people come along to them. It's all standing committees that are just made up of councillors. Councillors seem to have forgotten that this is the supreme decision-making body. Council meetings are held for councillors to make decisions and to help the council staff progress their business that they do in a day-to-day job in their own directorates. Council meetings don't exist for us to create more committees, to create more work for the committee staff. And I say this with all sincerity to the people who are involved in any way, shape or form in providing support to all these committees within committees of committees of committees. I feel sorry for you that your time is being wasted endlessly and needlessly duplicating work because people keep setting up more committees. We don't need another committee. We just need people to make a decision. You are an elected representative of the people. Your job is to make decisions, to get information, to process it, to balance the demands of and the resourcing of this business and this organisation and what the community wants, and to come up with a reasonable decision that's transparent and thought out. We don't need to keep pushing things away and not ever deciding anything. 5 years, half a decade. You know, we heard from the speaker on this issue, and I'm sure I've got some conception of the fact that this is an issue that's been going on for multiple decades, and we want to keep putting it out there. Why don't we get the answers now as to why we're waiting 5 years? Why is it that Lake Macquarie, a very small council to our north, is ahead of where a council that should be a powerhouse and should be one of the most powerful and best practice, best example councils in the entire nation, if not this state? We've got a gigantic budget in theory. We should be doing things like this that need to be done. It shouldn't take 5 years for you to do your CMP when you've got Lake Macquarie that realistically is on a whole nother level to us in terms of their size and their capacity. And they've done it. They've got a dredge, we've got no dredge. People need to start asking questions about why these things aren't happening. I would have assumed that we were elected to progress these things. We've had all these last few years of inaction and mismanagement under the former administrators, and now you've got new people in here, and people want new people to come up with new solutions, or at least to tie the bows and cross the T's and dot the I's of the things that need to be done, not just keep establishing more bureaucratic processes. Now, I thought that the whole point of the Liberal Party was to cut red tape, to fight bureaucracy and regulation. It appears that I am mistaken. I guess it's left up to us to try and actually put forward ideas and solutions rather than just come up with more bureaucracy and more red tape and more inaction and more time wasted. And that's the problem here. You've got real problems that require real solutions, and the people with the numbers in this chamber run away from making a decision about something in this room, in open, with the media watching and people looking on at home, or the people who are able to come here and watch this dross. You want to do it behind closed doors. Why? Why can't you do it in public? Why can't you do it now? Why do we always have to wait? Do we not prepare before these meetings? Do we not all have our meetings in the Mayor's office? Prepare? Oh, I don't go to those ones, but I know there's other people here that do. There must be 8 of them. Work it out beforehand. Fix the problems. Don't make more problems for our community. We've got to really get on top of this. There is no excuse for obfuscation. It's embarrassing. And that's why people look at these meetings and they laugh. This chamber is a joke. Look at how you're perceived. Wait until the next election. We seem like we're a long way away from it now. And by the way, you've already been advised by several senior advisors over at the other end that it's good to make unpopular decisions early and not wait till the end. Let's start to work together to resolve things. Look at how much better everything worked out with this Davistown thing. A little bit of compromise goes a long way. A little bit of seriousness rather than silliness goes a long way to prove that you're actually genuine and that you're fair dinkum and that you're not here to just stuff around and collect the check, because that's what all I see. And I'm just bemused. It's befuddling to see how a group of people can be so committed to never making a decision about anything.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont, you've already spoke on the amendment.
I've only spoken once. I can only spoke once?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I speak again, sorry, or not?
You've spoke on the amendment. You've already spoke.
On the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can't speak again on it.
Speak on the motion?
Amendments before. Any other speakers for the amendment? Put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Reeton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The amendment's carried, now becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor Lamont had already spoke on the amendment. No, we just go through to put the motion. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor Eaton's amendment. We just had the vote, the amendment then became the motion, and we're now voting on the motion. Can you work your microphone? Press that big
Can you
red
please
button.
ask Civic Support to put the amended motion up so we know what we're voting on, please?
Could we play the game here and put that up on the screen, please?
I think it's actually very important we actually know what we're voting on, Mr. Mayor. I don't consider
We
it a
had just
game.
spoke about it if you've been listening. So go back to the count. Councillor Neil, can you put your microphone up?
And look, I apologise, I should know this, but just in terms of our code of meeting practice, we've had an amendment that has been carried and now becomes the motion. Don't we need to permit 2 for and 2 against on the motion, or it goes straight to a vote? Sorry, my apologies if I'm incorrect.
It goes straight to the vote because the amendment became the motion. There's already been debate on the amendment. If the amendment was lost,
so yeah, take the vote. All those in favour of now the motion: McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Yeah. So if you could take Councillor Lamont.
the motion that was on the screen was the motion. Okay.
Everybody else knew it was the motion. So. Thank you. All those against the motion: Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, because Councillor Lamont had voted for, but now she's voting against. So the motion's been carried. Thank you. Now we're back on the agenda. 3.1 Monthly Finance Report for February 2025. Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the report.
Seconded by Councillor Eaton. Councillor Lamont.
Can I just speak to one of, or actually I've got a question about it. I've got an issue with is now the right time I can ask questions about the financial reports? Yep. The benchmarks that we have a look, that we sort of present them, are presented in the financial reports, Q1, Q2, the annual one. My concern is that there's like renewals are going into overdrive, and maintenance definitely seems to be lagging. So there's obviously a backlog that we're sort of catching up on. Is there a way that we can express the backlog and the benchmarks in dollar terms? Because otherwise you sort of have to go to back to the financials and figure out, okay, what does this benchmark actually mean in dollar terms? And I think we'd all probably like to know what is a benchmark of 145% where the target is only 100%, what that actually means? And even with the backlog, can we have an aged or timed backlog for transparency purposes? Is that possible?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Lamont. We do publish the financial information on an annual basis, which identifies exactly what is the infrastructure backlog and the required maintenance as well. So to extrapolate back, that information is certainly available, and it's just represented in percentage terms in the report provided for you.
Can I just ask where it is? Because, as I said, I've gone through the financials trying to find out. I've found the ratios and everything, but I really have not been able to find the actual.
It's known as Special Schedule 7.
Which is in the annuals,
in the
is that
annual
right?
financial statements.
Okay. Can we do it like with the quarterlies, or is it not worth doing with the quarterlies?
It's a very detailed piece of work. It's also unaudited. Potentially over time, where I guess getting more and more sophisticated. This has only been produced for about 10 years or so, but it's Special Schedule number 7, and it's a combination of our assessment of our asset conditions.
Okay, my concern is, as I said, we've got the benchmark for renewals is 100%. The new target is about 145, I think. So that's definitely going like turbocharged. But your renewals are definitely lagging, and I think we need a bit more transparency on that, why they're actually lagging. And my concern is where you're going to turbo drive your renewals, what is going to happen to your maintenance? So we sort of going to keep that up, or renewals seem like a far more expensive option overall than maintaining. That's why I'm looking at if we can provide an age of renewals. Like when did this backlog start? How far are we actually keeping up to date with the oldest backlog, or are we going straight to renewals?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Lamont. The renewal ratio is tracking reasonably well. It's about 2.1%, and the Office of Local Government has a benchmark of about 2%. So in our infrastructure backlog, there's overall a little bit of work to do. Most of that work is required in the road space, which is probably tracking about 4.8% at the moment. So for infrastructure backlog, that is something that is a focus for this particular council, and it is subject of a report to council tonight.
Okay, and one last thing. In the report, you've got to further enhance the reliability of these measures. The cross-unit project is currently underway to ensure all maintenance and renewal activities appropriately captured and accounted for. Can you just explain what that actually means, or what it's going to encompass?
So, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Lamont, there are a couple of components that make that figure. One is the required maintenance, and the other is the actual maintenance that is that benchmark. That benchmark is closer to that 50%, which is in the report. A particular area that we are investigating is around our buildings, and that difference in required maintenance in that calculation is part of the improvement plan of our asset management plan already. So there is a difference where we're expecting the capturing of all the maintenance through our system isn't being captured as we expected at this point, so which would increase our amount of actual spend and bring that ratio back to where we expect it to be. And the other component is the required spend, which is, I suppose, the denominator at the bottom of that equation. And is that the right figure? And we're reviewing that as well.
Thank you, Director Balgoff.
Councillor Neal.
Just a question, or I suppose a combined question and comment. You may recall that at the last quarterly review, there was some discussion about the changes to the capital works, and it was proposed in that quarterly review that there'd be a reduction of $12.5 million for works. Now, lo and behold, I have now observed that in the present February report, that essentially all those projects that are listed on page 21 are essentially reinstated. This was not a matter made clear at the quarterly review, and I think I might suggest to the CEO that I would have been greatly assisted to have been made aware that it was intended to reinstate these projects at in this financial report.
There was a resolution of council that we needed to build the capital budget back. So staff are responding to the resolution of council at the last meeting to rebuild and re-include in what will be very difficult the value of the capital program that was previously adopted at the quarter one review.
So just to clarify, Mr. CEO, except for the resolution that was carried by the council, there would have been a reduction in the capital works program of the council.
Yes, and so what we did is we identified works we believed could be brought forward to be able to follow the resolution of council.
Thank you for that. There was one other thing that I sort of feel uncomfortable with, and I know that it's been stated a number of times, and that is that the money we're expending on maintenance is greater than the depreciation. That proves that we're keeping our assets at a reasonable level. My concern about that is that I've heard that statement said many times, and I suppose I've generally assumed that to be correct. But the observation of myself and many other people in the community is that the standard of our infrastructure is declining, or has declined over the last few years, and I suppose I'm seeking an explanation of why we are expending the level of depreciation on maintenance, but the community is still experiencing a decline in the quality of our infrastructure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Neal, there are two different things that we're talking about in relation to maintenance and depreciation. So where you're interchanging maintenance for renewal, they are very, very different things. So what we're doing with, for instance, the 10-year renewal plan for roads is we've identified that the renewal expenditure, which is the depreciation fund, is being spent on renewing our infrastructure, our roads network, and we're looking at investing an additional $20 million to supplement that to improve the network from what it is. So if we essentially are spending depreciation at the same rate as renewal, the status of the network will stay the same. And that's why we're trying to make that difference, which is identified, as I said, in a report tonight, by increasing that amount by another $20 million over the next 4 years. Now, maintenance, you've mentioned, is a short-term fix in relation to, and I'll refer back to roads. It might be, fixing the potholes. It's that initial response just to maintain it in its current state. It doesn't improve the condition of that network asset, and that's the difference, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. I note that it's the depreciation that is equal to the renewal, or vice versa. So what is the solution to the problem of our community experiencing a deterioration in our infrastructure? If we are matching renewal with depreciation, why are they experiencing that, and what's the answer to deal with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Neal, as I mentioned, I think through the workshops that's been undertaken with the councillors and the additional funds that we've been able to identify through finance, that additional $20 million in the report that's going to be considered tonight is a significant step forward in relation to our road network.
I very much agree and appreciate with those enhancements, but it is still an ongoing problem that I discuss and hear from the community very, very regularly, And I suppose I'm trying to identify what a solution might be. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
So if I could just make a comment, what happens with large network infrastructure issues, and it can be the same with our water and sewer network or our drainage network, you just don't see them. You certainly see the road network is, it deteriorates slowly by underinvestment over a large number of years, and that's historically what's happened right across the state. And the way that you get back on top of that is by a number of years, a significant number of years of over investing to crawl back that. And that's, as I said, one of the next items on the agenda will be starting to increase the investment in the roads and starting to crawl back. So investing more than just the current renewals, but more than the current renewals starts to improve the overall asset.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Just one more question. How much of an impact did the financial crisis have on our work? Because I get the impression that looking at the ratios, and this is where going at the ratios and taking it back to the financials, it seems like we were very much lagging during that last 4 years in maintenance and renewals. I don't know whether that's right or not.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamont, I think the underinvestment that the CEO was talking about is more so evident prior to the amalgamation of both councils, in that it was probably around half the depreciation was being spent on renewals.
What was the period of administration like?
The first year where the council had extreme solvency problems, there was a significant fall back in the capital expenditure, and probably for the year after that, and then it's gone back to being these sort of normal levels. I think we had a $175 million hard cap in the first year of administration, as we had liquidity issues and had to deal with our bankers, and then we're now worked up to a capital works program of around $300 million. So that gives you some sort of an idea.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Just a quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the staff. Councillor Mott noted the table 4 on the agenda. When we talk about the last council, obviously we know it had a lot of issues. Was this table shown to councillors? I'll let you take that on notice if you like.
My understanding, through you, Mr. Mayor, that most of that information was also provided previously.
Thank you. If no other questions, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 3.2 Monthly Investment Report, February 2025. Councillor Wright.
Happy to remove that report in full, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Willands. Any discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 3.3 Stormwater Drainage Charge Request to Minister for Local Government. Can Can I have a mover? 3.3, Councillor Neal.
I believe
Can I have a
Councillor
seconder?
Lamont has started, so did you wish to move it?
What was that? Was Councillor Moore. So Councillor Neal moved that. Who's second? Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont.
We just want to add an amendment to it. I think there's a bit of confusion from the community where it's sort of implied that rates are not going to go up as a result of the swap over from the drainage charge going across to general. We just wanted to put a point in there. I think Councillor Neal, Smith, you've already given it to.
Yeah, I think the staff have it. I think.
Councillor Smith, are you going to second her?
Happy for it to stay as Councillor Neal's motion if she's willing to accept point 3, and happy to speak to it or move it if not.
Are you happy, Councillor Neal? Could some... What was that, Councillor Neal?
I'm willing to accept that amendment as moved by Lamont and Smith, and I will briefly speak to the motion.
If we just get our jargon right, that's a variation. That's not an amendment. Yeah. By accepting it. And the seconder needs to accept as well, Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
We are in the invidious situation of being a council that provides their own water. That is not a situation that any other council is in, and have to sort of feel like I've been around the water for a long time, because I was actually in Gosford City Council when we actually resolved to form the Water Authority, a organisation or a body which has subsequently been dissolved, and the water service is provided now through the council. But one of the unintended consequences of that change, or potentially intended but not certainly by ourselves, is that we, and coupled with a decision by IPART, a drainage levy that to date that we have collected, we can no longer collect. And this affects us to the tune of approximately $19 million. I certainly am very aware of the fact that the community is hurting, that their financial situations are difficult, and which is why when I was seeking election for council, I made a commitment to the community that I would not agree to the continuation of the special levy. But this drainage levy is something completely different, and the continuation of a levy to the same size as that drainage levy will not impose any further imposition on the community or individual residents. And on that basis, I have agreed to move this motion. I do, in doing so, again remind the CEO and the other officers that this is not a licence to extend the imposition on our residents beyond what the CPI is approved by IPART, and that certainly there will have to be some changes made to allow us to, at the end of this financial year, of removing the impact of the special levy. So I move the motion before us on that basis, as amended by Smith.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Castles.
Neil, could you? Thanks. It's just a question, probably through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps to the CEO. I note that the recommendation here is that we are going to seek the Minister for Local Government to use their powers under Section 506. I'm just wondering, if we actually, approve this, what's the time frame in terms of actually knowing whether the Minister for Local Government is actually to give approval under using their powers under Section 506?
Essentially, that will be the discretion of the minister. But I would hope that the minister would provide us with enough time, because if we don't get approval from the minister via this means, we either have to apply for a special rate variation, or we would have to do some very, very serious surgery for the budget after next, and it would certainly put into peril some of our larger expenditures, particularly things like the enhanced roads program that you're considering in the next item.
Any other discussion?
I was just going to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, if the CEO could actually explain 296A to the other councillors. Like Councillor Smith and myself got to talk to the CEO about it, but I just think all councillors should be aware of 296A, please.
Essentially, there's a section of the Local Government Act that says you can't increase your general income above the amount set by the rate cap. In this situation, because we're losing income under the Water Management Act, IPART actually says you need to increase it under the rates, but and the government has legislated we can't achieve that money under the Local Government Act. So we need to allow the minister to give us a concurrence, or we have to seek IPART to have that concurrence. Otherwise, the income that is being generated under the Water Management Act for stormwater drainage won't be able to recover it, and we'll have to significantly curtail a range of services in the organisation, and those services sadly would be felt quite keenly by our community, I think.
Sorry, I was actually talking about the stormwater charge, the 296A.
You're talking about the stormwater charge. Many councils don't levy a drainage charge as we do. Our rates are considerably lower than most councils, but we do levy a drainage charge. So even with our rates and our drainage charge, we are lower than most of our neighbouring councils on an average residential rate. But many councils also levy a $25 stormwater charge, and the intention would not be that we would raise a stormwater charge, and we haven't, since the councils have merged, raised a $25 stormwater charge. It wouldn't be intended that we would raise a $25 stormwater charge if we were levying a drainage charge as per is proposed in this particular recommendation to council.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, just another quick question. With the performance improvement order that council is currently under, in your view, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, are there any implications in terms of the PIO with us looking to seek, should this be adopted, obviously, seek the minister's powers to be used?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's any implications on the PIO. In many ways, most of the requirements of the PIO effectively vanish once the next year's budget's adopted, and this relates to the year after that.
Right. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Muland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 3.4, 10-year road renewal programme. Councillor Milland. Would you like to move it?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to move all the recommendations of the report.
Seconder. Councillor Neil.
No further comment, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate the staff and all the councillors for getting to this point and providing some much needed road funding back to our community. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Bolgoff, because I think sometimes the community doesn't look too favourably on council staff, and I think in this situation it's one where they should definitely be looking fondly on our council staff. The question, Mr. Bolgoff, is this something that Central Coast Council is the first to implement? Is that my understanding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright, I think in relation to having the workshops in the way we did and involve the councillors as well as the pavement management system, and on top of that having a proposed 10-year plan is not something that I've seen any other council do. The 10-year plan is something that we're looking to get on the website by 1 July. So if your street is in, say, year 8, it will be identified in that plan with how much it's going to cost and the time frame.
Yeah, much like Councillor Moreland, I think, just on the record, that's fantastic. I know, multiple times a week, residents are emailing me, phoning me, Facebooking me, saying, when's my road up for renewal? It needs work. When's this happening? When's that happening? So I think for the community to actually see, progress, sometimes it's what they don't know that they fear most. So I think that sense of clarity, but also the fact that, council is only 6 months out of administration, and to be here 6 months later delivering an additional $20 million in council funding for roads is fantastic. We know that locally roads are continually the number one concern for residents here on the Central Coast, so it's good to see that money's being allocated accordingly based on their priority.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Lamont.
Okay, I might have missed a couple of workshops, but it's a 10-year plan, but through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Director Bolgoff, it only goes up to 2029 as far as I can see, so I'm just wondering what happens after 2029. Am I reading it wrong, or like the spending of the...
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamont, what we're identifying is bringing forward $20 million for the 4-year plan. So the 4-year plan has got the depreciation funding plus an additional $20 million. What the 10-year plan shows is continued depreciation funding in our renewal, and the fact that that will be accessible to the community via the website. So you'll be able to see what is proposed in, like I mentioned, year 9 or year 6, through the detailed work that staff have done through the survey and pavement management system, and what we've done, identifying some of that work with the councillors at the workshop.
Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think it is worth noting that our $2 billion worth of roads are not only our largest infrastructure, but also very much the public face of the council to the community. I don't think I've ever seen any sort of survey where people have been asked, what is your most important issue, where I haven't seen roads up there as number 1 or number 2. And that's because the roads affect people every day. They affect them getting home safely, affect them taking their kids to school, affect them going about their ordinary business and going to attend their normal employment. It is important. It may seem trivial to some and not a sort of high-level intellectual endeavour, But in terms of the ordinary lives of ratepayers, roads are very important. And I'm thrilled to see an additional $20 million to try and improve the roads, because not only are we doing something that's important, but we are responding to what the community has asked. And I also have to particularly applaud, I'm not sure if people outside the council are aware that we actually got into a room and divided up into wards, and were able to, without causing any serious physical harm to each other, reach an agreement as to which roads would be elevated from the second 3-year to the first 3-year. And I think so it's not only a testament to the fact that we're acting for the community, but that we're acting cooperatively. And I particularly have to thank my fellow West Ward councillors in relation to the achievements we made, because I think it is a win for the community.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. I'm here to join the Kumbaya party. In all honesty, roads is one of the toughest things for the council. We know that we have an extensive network, and it's basically impossible to keep it, perfect the whole way around. So it's an incredibly difficult job, but that's why I'm pleased to rise to support this. It's an investment that we need, and I have no doubt that some of our best and brightest people in this organisation are working in that area, and they're working very hard on trying to deliver the best they can for the community with an evidence-based strategy, long-term thinking and strategic thinking. And also, I just want to put on the record my appreciation. So, I wanted to say the roads, they'll never be for everyone in the condition that we would all like them to be in, but that's the nature of, resource allocation, the different priorities for the organisation, and the extensively different geographical area that we live in, the size of it, all the different needs. But whilst we had a lot of trouble with flooding and damage to the roads and everything, I can certainly say that in my travels, that in the last 6 to 12 months, there has been a big improvement. And I want to acknowledge the work that's gone into that. And I think that what you see in front of you here, we'll see that improvement continues over a long time. So it's not just going to be a one-off sugar hit in one budget. It's going to be something that's going to be thought out, spaced out quite well, and going to have a tangible positive impact. So I'd like to thank the director, all of the staff in his directorate, and everyone who's worked on this document in any ancillary way or to support it. So, councillors, I hope this can go through unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Bullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on agenda is item 3.5, strategic property acquisition, coastal open space, 2 Toomey's Road, Mount Elliott. Councillor Rain.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that this property not be acquired. I did send a motion through to the civic support.
You got a seconder? Councillor Milland.
I will speak to it as I anticipated. There might be a little bit of opposition. So the rationale for this is that, first of all, it's not a good investment. But secondly, and just as importantly, that it's already got significant and very extensive environmental protection over the site. If you refer to the council report, it's already zoned environmental conservation, environmental management, and is heavily forested. And there's one thing I've experienced since coming back onto council, and I think Councillor Stanton could back me up, is that through our JERP meetings, that any environmental issues nowadays, or any environmental significant vegetation, is nearly impossible to remove, and that's a good thing. So it's got the environmental protections in place. So then you look at the investment, and The report says it's maybe 1.8 million, 1.85 million, but just for convenience, rounded up to 2 million. If 2 million stayed in the bank, it's going to get its at least 4% return.
Mr. Mayor, I would just highlight there's a section of this report that is in confidential, and I would just ask you to caution Councillor Eaton that he's getting very dangerously close to divulging elements of that confidential report that could prejudice any ongoing consideration of the matter. If you could please, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Eaton, can you just...
Yeah, well, I thought I explained that. I'm just using round terms for simple people to do simple maths, including myself. So, all right, let's say it's what the report says, 1.85. Then you apply 4.5% interest bearing to that in the bank, and that gives you an income of $80,000 a year. The report says it could be rented at $50,000. This is all in the open part of the report. Out of that, council would then forego the rates, say $5,000. There'll be annual repairs and depreciation, at least another $5,000. So in financial terms, we're twice as better off by not acquiring this property, and there is no environmental reason to buy this property. That's not to say that I, and I'm sure if others support this, wouldn't support buying environmental property or indeed other property if there is a good reason for it. But I can't find a good reason for it, and therefore the financial reasons to me dictate that it's not a good investment.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be speaking against Councillor Eaton's motion. If I could just highlight, I think many people would be aware of the COS, the Coastal Open Space System, and certainly yourself, Mr. Mayor, hopefully recall that from your time at Gosford Council. So this strategy is a long-term strategy. Gosford Council was outstanding and recognised for their visionary proposal for the Coastal Open Space System back in the late 1970s. It became a strategy in '84, that's over 40 years ago. And it is still going and should still continue, although I know some councillors oppose COS. But this strategy is a well thought through, well researched strategy that aims to protect significant biodiversity on the Central Coast, in particular the former Gosford area. I think when anybody comes to the Central Coast, all you have to highlight to them is stand somewhere in Gosford, although it's getting more difficult, and look to the hillsides and you will see that the ridgelines are protected. But even not in Gosford, in most areas in the southern part of the Central Coast, that is true. This is a valuable program, a valuable asset, award-winning for the former Gosford Council. I think it's important to highlight that the funds that we are talking about were collected through various strategies for the specific purpose of acquisition of lands identified for COS. As a former member of the COS committee for many years, the information that we were privy to, the information that we reviewed, identified a really thorough process in terms of identifying high priority land acquisition properties. And this property is seen as valuable in terms of its location being smack bang in the middle of a corridor and in the middle of an existing COS reserve. So I do think it would be almost negligent of council not to use the funds for which they have been collected for the purpose that they were collected, which is to implement the COS strategy. And so should Councillor Eaton's motion fail, I will foreshadow the recommendation in the business paper. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Milland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a question to the Director. With the current environmental protections in place, the acquisition by Council, what additional protections would that provide this piece of land?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Moreland. The land, I guess the greatest protection that it would provide through this acquisition process would be that it would be in council's ownership, and we would have control over the future of that land. That's essentially it.
Could I follow up that question?
I'm.
Sorry, just a question.
It's I'm on the list.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, can you just let Councillor Neil go and then ask a question? Oh, no, she's shut off her. No, Councillor Smith. Oh, your microphone's back off here.
Someone turned me off. I'd like to foreshadow the recommendation that's before us on the business paper. I have to say that I'm somewhat saddened by the response of Councillor Eaton. I was lucky enough, or unlucky enough as the case may be, to be on part of Gosford City Council in the early 90s. And the COS system and the acquisition regularly of highly environmentally valued properties on ridgelines and other environmentally sensitive areas was a matter of great pride to the council at large. And I'm not just talking about crazy greenies or socialists or any of those sort of people, but people like Malcolm Brooks, the president of the local Liberal Party, and I was actually, I think was previously the member for Gosford, worked for a number of other Malcolm Brooks. Have you never heard of him, Jared? It's very sad. But what I'm saying is this is not an ideological question. This is making good sense to protect environmental land for the community for the long term. The trouble is that if we leave this land the way it is, we can't do, which is the obvious thing suggested in the report, which is to rent out the house, but to excise the house from the balance of the property so that the rest of the property can be protected from any human intervention or engagement. And that is the main issue, that we want to leave this land, which is one identified by a strategy for the long term, for protection to the absolute highest degree. I strongly urge councillors to protect this piece of land and to do so by purchasing it. This does not impose any sort of financial burden on the community, as Councillor Smith has already outlined. These funds have been set aside for exactly this purpose and they cannot be used for anything else. So we should enforce the requirements of that strategy and protect this essential piece of land and include it as part of the cause for future generations and for corridors of migrating animals where these sort of corridors frequently provide a refuge.
Councillor Moreland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director, the reserve in question, does that get topped up regularly, or once we use 25% of it in this acquisition, is there any way to get that money back, or will we go and wipe out 25% of this reserve with this purchase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Moreland, I actually don't know the answer to that, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, maybe Councillor Smith might have a better idea about how that money came to be there, but I'm not sure how that fund tops up or where that money comes from.
Just to clarify my question, I'm not anti-COS, and I think we all should be proud of our COS lands on the coast. But, yeah, thank you. My concern is we've got $7.3 million in this reserve. Is this the best use? The Director's already alluded that probably no additional protections. The environmental protections are already in place. So what other projects will miss out if we fund this project and we don't have that funding down the track where we really do need to protect a essential piece of land moving forward?
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, may I respond just to a couple of points? Firstly, through you to the Director, would it be possible that this land could be used for biodiversity credits or biodiversity offsetting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith, certainly possible. I don't think we've had time to really look at that through this process. Really, we became aware of the property being available for sale only a couple of weeks ago, so we haven't really had the chance to go through that process.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just continue.
Sorry.
So that would be an income generating opportunity. The other, just clarifying your question, Councillor Moreland. So the funds that are in the COS reserve, there are a couple of mechanisms. There was the bonus lot provisions where in council certain land was allowed to be subdivided to a smaller lot size and the owner would contribute funds or land. As a bonus lot provision. The other, or one of the other ways of funds being secured that in way back in probably about late 1990s, Gosford Council had a financial strategy, introduced a special rate variation for 15 years. Part of that special rate variation was putting money into the COS reserve. Sadly, the CEO of Gosford Council and the former council decided to continue letting people pay that amount, but no longer contributed it to COS. So, residents are still paying that amount, but it's not going to COS. So with the merger, unfortunately, some of those mechanisms have been removed. But again, I would reinforce that this money is in that reserve for this purpose. Thank you.
Councillor Lamont.
Just wondering, we've just heard Councillor Moreland ask about best use, and why haven't we asked the same question about the airport? Everyone was very happy with the airport running at a loss, but here we are, because it's costs, we've got to find the best use.
You can't debate the airport. Thank you. Any more discussion? All those in favour of Councillor Reaton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Reaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Reaton's motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 3.7. Review Committee current library building minutes and recommendations.
There's just a question.
Councillor Neal, yeah.
I understand there's going to be further community consultation about.
So are you moving the all right, we've got a seconder.
Sorry, we're moving it, aren't we?
Got a seconder to the motion. Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Neal.
Oh, sorry.
The committee report envisages further community consultation about the library, and I was just wondering what the anticipated schedule of that was.
Through the Mayor, so as noted there, the anticipated schedule is around the end of April, May. That consultation will be undertaken.
So before the end of May or before the end of April?
By the end of May.
Thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Gone. Oh, okay now. Right, working. Just a couple of questions. To probably, I would imagine, through you to Director Smith. One of the questions I have involves the actual community engagement consultation that was just mentioned. I see that we have an amount of 12,000 to conduct the community consultation, and that's obviously, I'm just asking Director Smith, that would be to have an external independent company or consultant actually conduct that. Is that how that will work in your opinion, or does that refer to using doing it sort of internally with our expert staff?
Through the Mayor, so the $12,000 was for the opportunity for a third-party provider to conduct the in-person questionnaire. So you might recall at the meeting we talked about it being a three-pronged approach, and one of those approaches was to have in-person questionnaires conducted in Kibble Park at a variety of times across the month or so of the consultation. That $12,000 is a high-level proposal to have a third party undertake that portion of the consultation.
Just one more question from that then. So what we're saying here is that the expert third party would do the, if you like, the face-to-face type of consultation, but that there are other parts to it that would actually be perhaps surveys in our local libraries or community spaces or appropriate places like that, that we would obviously, as a council, in a sense, coordinate and get that bit sort of happening. Is that basically where we're going with this, Director Smith?
You're correct.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Milland.
Just one quick question for the Director. So that consultation, is that just happening in Gosford itself, or is that happening across the region about the Gosford Library?
Through the Mayor. So the face-to-face, the committee talked about and supported the face-to-face consultation occurring in the Gosford CBD, so predominantly in Kibble Park itself. And the survey, so the online survey would be available to anybody from within the region. The paper surveys would be available at the branch libraries across the region.
No more debate. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? All those against? You never had your hand. Yeah, so it's so you don't vote, it's a vote against. So carried. Next item on the agenda is item 3.7, review committee current library building. Oh, that's this one, sorry. I just done it. Item 3.8, economic development committee minutes. That's on block. Yeah, 3.9. Proposed ordinary council meeting scheduled July to December 2025. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation with a minor amendment, and that is that at least 3 of the meetings set out there be conducted at Gosford. I think, despite the fact I love Warren Council chambers so much and their acoustics are so wonderful, I think it is a good opportunity for the southern end of the council area to have the opportunity to attend meetings. I haven't specified the meetings because, of course, we don't know exactly when the library will be ready, and sometimes there are slippages between when they're intended to be completed and when they actually do. So I haven't specified, so I'll leave it up to the staff to determine which of those 6 are at Gosford, but I believe it's appropriate that at least 3 be at the southern end at Gosford.
Just a question for me: if the library is later for some reason, that in August there are only 4 months left, is it still 3 out of the 4, or you'd want half? Correct. It wasn't.
Becomes a problem and that the building won't be completed in time, then the staff may bring it back to us, but I think it's extremely unlikely.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton, to second it. Councillor Lamont.
One thing I'd like to suggest is, I know we all love coming here and each other's company so much, is if we could actually consider going to 2 meetings a month instead of 1. I think going by last month where we actually split up the meetings, I think the outcome was a lot better than some of the late nighters that we're having.
Councillor Daniels.
I just had a question for Councillor Neal, if we could change the wording on point 2 to somehow reflect that the library may not be ready. So perhaps
Recommendation. I've said at least 3. I think it's extremely unlikely that it won't be ready or to have at least December, November, October there. If by any chance we have a serious disaster with the construction of the library, I'm hoping that's not the case, then the staff can bring that back to us, but I don't believe that that's a high likelihood. And I think it is important, bearing in mind we haven't really had the opportunity for the community to attend at Gosford, particularly a lot of older people who find the drive up here strenuous, that we focus on ensuring that we have at least 3 this year, which is not a large, it's only 25%.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you. I personally love the idea of it being in Gosford. It's much more convenient for me, and like you said, it brings the community involved. Can we perhaps revisit the number and the dates once the library is finished?
Sorry, Councillor Neal, you can press your button now.
I think the amendment allows us to consider the situation where the library is not complete by October. It would really have to be not complete by the end of October to not be able to have 3 meetings there. I think that's extremely unlikely. The report that we've just received indicates otherwise, but in that extremely unlikely scenario, it could come back before us to deal with. I think we may. It's preferable to resolve the matter today and then allow the staff scope to bring it back to us, rather than allow the possibility that we don't actually have meetings at Gosford at all, which I think would be sad for the community.
Just to clarify, I tend to agree with Councillor Neal. That resolution, as in front of you, is able to be actioned if something happens, which I think would be surprising, because it's really the building is moving very close to structurally being complete, so it's now fit out. We would come back to you and look at the actual schedules and dates, but I think that recommendation, if that's the general will of the council, is capable of being actioned.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just a question to the CEO. just going on what you've just said, that in the earlier report it did seem to say that the building was basically finished and was approaching the fit out. Is there any opportunity to ensure that the sequencing of that fit out would prioritise that space where we would be having our meetings? Would that be very disruptive to any program?
Look, I don't think we want to compromise the services to the whole community just for a couple of hours with the, we anticipate hundreds of thousands of people through that building, certainly when it's new. So I wouldn't want to necessarily compromise it by saying we need to get it ready for the council meeting. But many of those things will be being done concurrently. As I said, I think that we will be in a position to move on that set of recommendations, and if there is an adjustment, we would come back to the council.
Mr. Mayor, could I just follow on? I appreciate what the CEO is saying, but that's trivialising how people feel about restoring meetings to the southern end of the coast. I mean, that's just a comment. Thank you.
Any other further discussion? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 3.10, draft council expenses and facilities. Who's got? Councillor Neal.
I move the recommendation as the policy with one minor amendment, which has been provided to civic support, and also all councillors for that matter. Does civic support have that amendment that I forwarded? No. Oh, here it is. Yes. Sorry. Yes, I moved the recommendation with a very minor amendment to 7.27 of the policy. The present policy the term of the policy 7.27 is in black. The additional words are marked in yellow, highlight. Essentially 7.7 provides that once each term, councillors may take up the AICD company directors course, which I have undertaken and found extremely valuable in terms of the skills necessary to carry out our roles as councillors. This particular subsection deals with an issue where councillors have already undertaken their AICD course, and presently what it states is that you can only undertake a course that has been created specifically for local government councillors. The problem is that is actually very narrow and really almost restricts you to courses that have been created by ALGA or the New South Wales equivalent. So I just want to slightly broaden that to include courses which enhance the skills of local government councillors of a tertiary nature. So of course that they have to be of sufficient standing and recognition such that they are going to be valuable in terms of enhancing the skills of councillors to do their job and their civic duties.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Milland.
I'm happy to support the amendment. I do want to note, however, that the company directors course, I've done it as well, and they do recommend that directors of especially large organisations do it regularly. I think it's 4 to 6 years. So even though some of us may have done it previously, the update refresher course has new material and it's more reflective of what's happening in 2025. So I agree. I think the additional flexibility is good, but I would also like to encourage councillors, if you've done it a long time ago, it's worth doing it again.
Thanks, Councillor Millen. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Castles. All right. Councillor Millen, second. No other discussion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 3.11, Draft Community Engagement Strategy for Adoption.
Yep.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I did give an alternate motion to the staff, if they could put that up on the screen, please. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak to that.
I'm happy to second that, but there's just one other item that Councillor Smith may accept. She did highlight one error, which was that the councillors in the East Ward are listed as West Ward. But there was also one other typographical error, minor but probably important. In the actual document, it's been changed to message from the councillors rather than message from the CEO. But in the contents page, it's still shown as message from the CEO, so that will need to be amended.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just speak to this item, or I should just explain the motion that I've put on the board. So what we had before us was the community engagement strategy. It also included a section which is called the community participation plan. And just to clarify for councillors in the community participation plan is meant to describe how community can participate in our planning system. And some of it just relates to length of exhibition, but it also tabulates what kind of advertising council does. And there is also an opportunity, as we have an item later on, which talks about submissions, to incorporate that into the community participation plan. So that is what the motion is about. I would just make the comment about the community engagement strategy. I thank the staff for their work, but I think it still highlights some weaknesses in our community engagement. So it still is basing conclusions and decisions and recommendations on very small sample sizes, largely achieved through online or there was another strategy, but online or other methods, or I think phone calls, that really don't capture a wide section of our community. The sample sizes are quite small. And look, we've talked about these, so I'm not going to try and change the strategy as it is, but I think there is a need to really be a lot more proactive. I think one of the things that the strategy highlighted that we've all acknowledged is that there is an overwhelming preference for in-place consultation, in place and in person. And I know we have a previous resolution to ensure that we do have a consultation session in each ward before June. So I would welcome any further information about when they are being scheduled. I also was a little bit disappointed that we did have a councillor workshop on this, and I know some councillors raised matters that we hoped would be incorporated into the plan, but the report before us just highlighted that we wanted our photos in there, or we wanted the forward change to come from the councillors. It didn't seem to capture some of the other more perhaps substantial matters that were raised in that consultation, so that was a little bit disappointing. So it's not clear to me what changed in that community engagement strategy before the consultation compared to the final version. However, it is a broad framework that says we will do community engagement and gives us a basis to do that. I just hope that we can work to have more authentic opportunities to do that. In relation to the community participation plan, and I'm pretty sure that's going to get voted down, but it's not clear to me in terms of the submissions, how many submissions were made about the community participation plan itself and how much were in relation to the community engagement strategy. Again, the feedback from the community highlighted that planning is a high priority issue for those people that were consulted. So it would be good if we could give more thought and more thorough consultation to what that community participation plan looks like to engage our community in planning in their local areas. And lastly, point 4 just relates to, and not so much this document, but it is a community engagement relevant. We do get a whole lot of documents, and I can think of some of the former council that had lots of beautiful layout and graphics, so much so that I actually couldn't work out what the document was trying to say. So I would request that when we have strategies and policies, both in draft and finalised, that we produce a version, a simple version of those documents that leaves out all the unnecessary graphics and images of happy people that we kind of know there are some happy people and sad people as well. So it would make those documents much easier to read and understand and act upon, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, happy to speak briefly on this. I actually support the motion. As I always say to motions like these with amendments, I do think it's something for all councillors to consider the idea of just circulating these before the meeting. Because, you're trying to get across everything and you're looking at multiple paragraphs there. I think often councillors would get a better result on some of their motions if they just gave advance notice. Now, it almost escaped me because it's on the board, but it wasn't said. I'm surprised Councillor McGregor's not absolutely rolling on the floor at the moment because look at number 3. Refer the participation to the committee. The committee, Mr. McGregor. Oh my God. The committee that's ineffective. It's layers of bureaucracy. What the Labor Party hates, they can't stand it. But now it's absolutely fantastic. So I'm keen to see how Councillor McGregor votes on this because if you can't stand it for one, can you stand it for all?
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I take it there's no other debate. All those in favour? Unanimous. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moorland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is local planning panel submissions. Policy 2025 for public exhibition. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, in light of the previous motion that was just adopted, could I move an amendment? And move a motion, and I'm doing it on the fly a little bit. Is just note that council will be referring the submissions policy to the Environment and Planning Committee to then go on exhibition with the community participation plan. And apologies to the staff for doing it on the fly.
Thank you.
With the community participation plan. So I will move that way. If I have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Lamont.
Councillor Lamont, I think, seconded it, Mr. Mayor. So really, I don't need to say much. We've just adopted a resolution that deals with this matter, so it would seem that this motion is now redundant, and I would urge us just to proceed as we've adopted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ian.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
So,
The recommendation, 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay. Foreshadowed motion.
yeah, just need to see them both. Yeah, it's a slight variation. So, Councillor Ratings is amendment. Yeah. So, you got. Sorry, just who's got the buzzer on? Councillor Miller, can you put your buzzer off?
I'm just confused.
No, baby.
Yeah, Councillor Smith, the first recommendation endorses the draft development application and submissions policy to be placed on public exhibition. It's already in the report. Right. So I'm a bit lost what you're trying to do. Now, it has to go on public exhibition anyway.
So, Councillor Millen, we just adopted unanimously a motion that will put this out on exhibition together with the community participation plan. So this motion in front of you is redundant.
Not my view of what was just adopted.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I was just writing stuff down. Because both motions are amendment, Councillor Ratings' amendment, they're both trying to progress the situation. That's why I'm saying it's Doug's, Councillor Ratings is an amendment. You got a seconder, Councillor Ratings, Councillor Martin O'Malley. Any Councillor Castles?
Yeah, I'm just somewhat confused at the moment, which may be just me. It's not. Okay, so we are currently looking at item 3.12, local planning panel submissions policy. That's what we're doing. So the initial Smith-Lamont that says council notes that council will be referring the submissions policy to the environment, economic and, I can't really read actually, what does that say? Environment and planning, what is that saying? Planning committee to then go on exhibition with the community participation plan. Are we talking about this? Does this refer to this motion, or does that refer to the one that we've just dealt with? I'm completely confused.
I think it's saying that we should put this change that Councillor Eaton is suggesting on the exhibition at the same time as the participation. So we should put both of them on.
Is that what we're saying? Is that the intention of this? That we're talking about the one we had before and this one, and both putting them on exhibition. Is that what we're saying? Right. No. But so we've rolled it into one. These two things. Consequently, that's why I'm confused. Right.
If I could provide my interpretation of what I'm seeing before me, is the motion from Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont says we follow the process to put this thing out on exhibition after going through the Environment and Planning Committee and utilising the techniques that are identified in the previous report. That's correct?
The previous resolution was that we adopted the community engagement strategy. We took out the community participation plan with a view to doing further consultation, and that consultation and exhibition would include this submissions policy.
So both the motion and the amendment are to progress the exhibition process of a development application submissions policy. It just provides a different pathway to do that. So the motion says it should go through the EMP committee and be exhibited in conjunction with the public participation plan. The amendment says that it should go straight out on exhibition. So it's essentially doing the same thing, but in slightly different ways.
But we've got an adopted resolution. And these two matters may then be in conflict with each other on perhaps relatively minor matters, but the period of 28 days, the exhibition period. If submissions are made on the participation plan with the submissions policy, and then in a separate process submissions are made on this, that is a ridiculous situation.
Any further Councillor Neil?
Yes, I would like to speak in strong opposition to the amendment moved by Councillor Eaton, in particular, because it says that we endorse the draft development application submission policy. Now, I think there may be a lot of people in the community who have missed this item, but it really has an extraordinarily detrimental effect on the general community in having the opportunity to put forward their views and have them considered where they have an objection to a development application. Presently, the policy is that if there are 10 objections, that it has to go to the local development committee. Now, for a run-of-the-mill DA, 10 objections is actually quite a large number. That's really sort of a large group of people surrounding that property that may be adversely impacted. Now, what this amendment is seeking to do, and not only seeking to do, but item 1 of the amendment moved by Councillor Eaton says we endorse the draft development application. So, in fact, what we're going to do is actually tell the community that we already agree with this policy document, and we really don't care what they're going to say in the consultation because we've already made up our minds. I think it's completely contrary to good governance. I think it's contrary to allowing the opportunity for the community to have their objections dealt with. To raise it from 10 to 20 as this proposal requires means that in the vast majority of cases, community members who put in an objection to DA will not have those objections heard by the panel. And I think that's a travesty, and I think that the vast majority of people in the community would think that's unfair and unreasonable. And I certainly think it is. And I strongly oppose this policy change. I oppose it being put out on exhibition at all. Just to make it absolutely clear, this is not a proposal that has come from the officers. This is not a proposal that has come forward because those working in the area think that it's appropriate. This is solely an ideologically driven proposal coming from Councillor Eaton, who feels it his role to make development easier and to ignore the community. And I strongly object and call on other councillors to oppose this proposition.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this, well, first of all, it is clearly a recommendation from the staff and is supported by the staff. Otherwise, it wouldn't come in this form before council. Secondly, if, as Councillor Smith alleges, that her previous motion somehow gazumped this one, well, this one came out of a notice of motion back in December. So to the extent her motion could have changed that one, it would have needed a rescission. So clearly the two are separate. This is simply about the local planning panel's submissions, which is the number that trigger referral to the panel. Now, it's simply not correct.
Sorry, Councillor Ian, can you put your mic off?
Councillor Eaton is making a claim about this motion came from December. My recollection is December tried to adopt a strategy without proper process and council was caught out on that, and that's why this motion is coming to council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ian.
I'm not sure what the point of order was, but it doesn't really matter.
Just finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it is, as I said at the time, it's totally incorrect to say that people's objections are not considered. This is simply about the trigger for when certain applications go to the LPP as opposed to the staff. And what it's trying to achieve and is to, in fact, somewhat reduce the number of LEC court matters that are triggered by sending stuff to the panel because of the timeframes that are involved. So that's what it's about. And I do note, that was reported earlier, that the panel itself, about 2 years ago, recommended that the number of submissions to trigger referral to them be increased. So this is in line with the panel's own suggestion.
Thanks, Councillor Ian.
Councillor, mine? No, I'm next.
Councillor Castles. Yeah.
I too am very concerned about this particular recommendation here, but I do have a question, perhaps for you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a mental block on who it should go to at the moment, so I'll flip it perhaps through you to the CEO. Obviously, if this was to be endorsed, this would mean that obviously there would be more work internally for council staff, as the trigger would now be, if it was endorsed, would be 10 rather than 20 rather than 10. My understanding is that we have had some quite a lot of difficulties, along with many other councils across the state and, for all I know, Australia, in actually managing to recruit suitable staff for some of the sorts of work that may be required when looking at these extra applications that may come in to us. So could I get some indication from through the Mayor to the CEO on, even if that question can't be answered now, what sort of impacts this may have on our ability as an organisation to progress applications should this actually be endorsed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Castles, it actually has the opposite effect. The work required
for staff to prepare reports to the local planning panel is somewhat more onerous than it is for them to assess and determine the DAs under delegation. So this proposed policy is intended to alleviate some of that work.
A further question to the CEO, and he may direct the question to the person he thinks is suitable. This report from the officers came as a result of a resolution carried at the November meeting of the council. My understanding was that resolution was moved and proposed by Councillor Eaton, not came as a officer's report to redraft this policy. Is that correct?
I'm pretty sure it was a notice of motion, and yeah, it's on page. There's no pagination, but on
79,
page 79 of your agenda, the resolution.
I'm extremely concerned that a representation was made misrepresenting the position of the staff, suggesting that it was a resolution or a policy that was brought forward to us on their own initiative. Very clearly this is an initiative of Councillor Eaton, which he's fully entitled to do so, but I think he should not mislead the chamber and the community by trying to suggest that it's actually an initiative of the staff.
Councillor Neil, this is your second time you've spoke. Okay. You never said there's a point of order. Councillor Lamont, can you put your...
He pointed out, Mr Mayor, and I think you have a responsibility to ensure that the truth is told in relation to the conduct of this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Lamont. Could I just get some clarification through you from the CEO about point 2? It appears that we are sending a policy to the Secretary for approval before it goes on exhibition and is adopted by Council. Is that correct? Or what is the context for that through you to the CEO?
Thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Smith, just reading that, it may need to be tidied up in terms of wording, but the intention is that once it's endorsed by council, that it goes to the department for their concurrence. So
after consultation.
Yeah, it does. I agree that it perhaps is worded a little bit clumsily around in conjunction with the public exhibition. It should be following adoption by council, provide the development application submissions policy to the Secretary.
Sorry, can I clarify, did staff assist in wordsmithing this, the initial?
This is the staff recommendation.
So staff wrote this?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. Can I also clarify then the original motion from way back in November through you to the CEO, Mr Mayor, was found to be incorrect in process. So is it fair to raise the question of whether that motion was unlawful at the time, since it was not compliant with the legislation?
The motion was capable of being followed via a further report. But I don't want to be unkind, but the council moves on via notices of motion many items that require a follow-up report to be tidied up.
So, sorry, just to clarify the answer, it was unlawful at the time, Mr CEO?
Not unlawful, but it wasn't capable of being fully implemented without further clarification by the council.
So it wasn't compliant with legislation?
But that is not uncommon, and I would probably say I've had 15 notices of motion that have been moved on this council since I've been here that will require further reference back to council before we can implement.
So just a clarification under our code of meeting practice, I mean, matters that are not compliant shouldn't be appearing on the business paper, should they?
Notices of motion appear on the business paper and staff provide commentary on them. Ultimately, the decision lies with the council.
Sorry, again, point of clarification in the code of meeting practice, and I'm not trying to ping it too hard, but here I go. Isn't it the CEO's role to review items and permit them to go on the business paper?
No, I believe that it's the CEO's role to provide commentary, and if a matter is unable to be completely unlawful or completely unable to be implemented, then you would provide that commentary. And you would also know that the current advertised code of meeting practice removes that requirement and provides the council with free will to put up a notice of motion and vote on it without any input from the staff. But if a councillors put forward a motion, that motion isn't fully capable of being implemented, but there's a motion still stands that shows an intent, then we will, just as we do now, but there's a couple of motions that have been moved the last 2 or 3 meetings of council are exactly the same, and will require further reports back to council to clarify them so that they are capable of being implemented.
Sorry, we're talking at odds, but are you saying that the code of meeting practice is going to be altered so that whereas it previously said the CEO could not permit unlawful items on the business paper, that will be permitted in future?
Essentially, yes. It will say the CEO doesn't provide any commentary on any matters, and unlawful is saying that if we were to do it, there is not a way that we can do it. So in this case, when that motion was moved to say raise the limit, there is a way to do that, but that way requires further actions by the council. So, as I said, the notice of motion process often allows imperfect motions to be put before the council and moved by the council. And as I said, I think I could look around here and there'd be a number of motions that have been put by councillors that have been imperfect, and that they will come back to the council and will be able to be made perfect and then be able to be implemented by staff.
Councillor Lamont.
Okay, I'm definitely against this because the change in the triggers, because if you can get 10 people putting a submission through, you can get 20. It's just a ridiculous expectation that people, if you're really against something, that you can't ask, an extra 10 people to put a submission in. So I don't think we're achieving anything by it. But if you're going to make it harder for people to actually trigger a panel review, we need to also make sure it's easier to let people know about what is going on exhibition. And I think that's the biggest problem. It is really hard to know what is going on exhibition unless you're keeping an eye out. I'm on an alert system, but I still go fishing for what is going on exhibition in my area. And not only my area, but everywhere. And I think there has to be another system where people are notified what is going on exhibition.
Councillor Neil.
I have a question for Councillor Eden. I'm reading from item 3.3, Notice of Motion, LPP Submissions Policy, the 26th of November 2024 Ordinary Council meeting. Councillor Eaton has given notice that at the Ordinary Council meeting to be held on the 26th of November 2024, he will move the following motion. The Council adopts a submissions policy of 20 unique submissions as the trigger for referral of development applications to the local planning panel. 2, that this policy be submitted to the Department of Planning for approval. Do you still say, Councillor Eaton, that this report was initiated by the staff and not by yourself?
I'm tempted to say I take it on notice, but I will in fact provide an answer. I never say that, Councillor Neil, and you're an expert at verbally. What people do or do not say, I did not say that. What I said was the report before us is the staff recommendation, and you heard Director Loader say this is the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Yes. Right, the amendment of Councillor Eaton is before us. Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McNamara. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The amendment's carried. Now becomes a motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The motion is carried. Yep, 4.1. Yep, 4.1. Next item is 4.1, rescission motion, entry into aviation services lease for a helicopter hub over part of Central Coast Airport, Warnervale. Councillor Lamont.
Do I need to move that or anything, or not?
Yeah, you can move it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I move that.
A seconder. Councillor McGregor was first. Yep.
A question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. Have we seen the lease for the Nighthawks helicopter hub?
No.
Why not?
Mr. Loader may be able to give more detail, but my understanding we're still in point of due diligence on a number of one particular matter.
Yeah, that's essentially right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamont, staff are still working through the process of negotiation, due diligence, and a number of other activities prior to preparing that lease for consideration of council.
Okay, with the lease, the per square metre negotiation that you would be having with Nighthawk, do you know what that is at this stage?
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that question.
So with your lease, if you look at the master plan, it's actually suggesting a $60 per square metre charge. But is that actually what is being negotiated with Nighthawk?
I'm not directly involved in the negotiation. The staff are working through that, and I'm waiting for the report and recommendation from them prior to sending it to the CEO. So I don't have those specific details, unfortunately.
Okay, one more question to the CEO through you, Mr. Mayor. Have we put this out to open tender at all?
No, but there have been public soundings to attract a number of parties who are interested in this process over a period of time.
But public soundings are actually different to tenders, are they not?
Absolutely, but there has been a public inquiry system in place with a commercial agent to attract a number of bids and opportunities. There were two providers who didn't require upgrades to the runway, and Nighthawks were one of those two.
Well, this is supposed to be a long-term plan. Shouldn't we now actually go out to market and find out who actually wants to have a helicopter hub out at the airport?
That's a value question, and I'm not going to answer
that. Okay, so we've just, I think people need to realise that the master plan is suggesting that we're supposed to make the most out of that land. I've actually gone to the trouble of talking to the helicopter mob that used to be out at Erina. They're actually not even interested to coming.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. The Speaker's got to speak to the rescission.
Well, I am speaking to rescission.
And what is the reason the council should consider rescission?
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, it needs to reconsider it because this should go out to open market, a tender, rather than actually considering. We've got a master plan in, you've got the CBA's financials, you guys have actually adopted it. So how about we put it out to tender and do it properly rather than just consider one one applicant. You're saying that there's market sounding, but the other, from what you've mentioned in the reports, the market sounding was one other person that was actually fixed wing and not helicopter. Is that correct?
My understanding is there were two providers who provided responses that did not require upgrades to the runway or widening of the runway. I'm not aware of who they were. I haven't been involved in the negotiations.
Well, if there were two, should we find out if there's actually more than just two?
I'm not going to answer the question. You're putting me into rhetorical questions. There's a rescission motion in front of council. I'll provide you with facts. The facts are, I'll answer the question. I'm not going to provide you opinions.
Well, it goes back to best use. Like, we're talking about best use and losing money on not finding out what best use is. Here we are accepting a lease, a 40-year lease by one. Well, it's been negotiated. We can't.
Councillor Lamont, can you?
Okay, I would like to rescind the motion on the basis that I think we need to go back and find out the best, now that we have master plan and the CBA, needs to go back to on a proper vote on best. We need a feasibility study done on the airport and find out what is actually the best use.
Thanks, Councillor.
Oh, very funny, Jared.
Councillor Wright.
That's really amusing.
Yeah, I've got it. Councillor Wright, Councillor Lamont's going to finish. Yeah. Councillor Lamont.
The rescission is to withdraw the previous motion regarding Nighthawk. Now we've got the CBA, the financials, and the master plan's been adopted. I think we need to actually let the community know what is the best use of that airport. As I said, do your studies. I've actually even contacted area management group at Bankstown that manage Bankstown and Camden, and everyone's telling us that they're all going to come rushing up to Warnervale. Rubbish. I've got it in writing. They've got no intention. They're talking about 100, and I think there's something about 157 businesses coming up to Warnervale. It's not happening. Like, they're intending to actually expand more and make them and grow with the Western Sydney International Airport. I think it's time with this motion to reconsider the best use for the people of the community, Central Coast community. They want to know that we're making the best use of that land, and it's about time that we found out what it is and let the community know. Like, everyone, it's easy sort of saying everyone wants an airport. If you ask them, do you want an airport? Do you want council to own the airport? Why don't we find all of that out? Or do you want housing? So that's the other thing you got.
Councillor Lamont, I'll have to finish here if you had a minute over. Thank you.
One more minute, thank you. So with the master plan.
No, you've had a minute over.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Dean.
Oh, I see no basis to change the decision of council, so I'm opposed to the rescission.
Any other? Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, same here. I haven't heard anything from Councillor Lamont that justifies the rescission motion on the original motion, so I'm against it.
Can I provide a reason then?
No. If you're speaking, you close. No further speakers. So you've got the right, you can close now.
The reason why it should be rescinded is we're accepting a 40-year lease. It hasn't been, you said it hasn't been accepted yet, but in the meantime, why don't we find out the best use of that land for the people of the community? No, like, everyone thinks, you guys think the community wants the airport. I can guarantee you that couldn't be further than the truth. It's like there's a little bubble of airport people that think that's the best use of that land, but why don't we find out? That's our duty. Like, you're talking about cost land, that's not best use of cost land, but we're willing to throw millions, multi-million amount, a massive amount of money at the airport that, you know, is going to deliver 200 jobs. And that's it, 200 jobs. And the rescission is, and I'm pleading, and I know it's not going to happen, let's find out the best use of that land for the people of the community. We could do a lot more with the money that we get on the airport than actually just a hobby area for, aviation fanatics.
Thanks, Councillor Mont. We'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion's lost. Thank you.
I think my motion on notice is the next item, Mr. Mayor, which is item 5.2. Is it?
Sorry, it's 4.2.
Oh, sorry, missed it. Beg your pardon.
In the agenda is 4.2 rescission motion amendment to councillor of notice of motion limits. Do you have a mover? Councillor Lamont.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps could we have a 5-minute break?
No, we're just about finished. Yeah. Now we can get through the table. So we finished by 10 o'clock, so we don't need to extend. So can I have a seconder? We got a seconder for the motion. Councillor Castles. Any discussion? Councillor Lamont.
Okay, first of all, I don't know why we're here again because it should have been voted for last meeting. But anyway, this motion seeks to remove the current restriction limiting councillors to only one notice of motion per meeting and instead introduce a more flexible and fair process for submissions of noms. One that still maintains a manageable cap of 15 per meeting, which we are not even close to reaching. Let me be clear, this is a change about restoring balance, fairness and functionality to how we as elected representatives bring matters forward on behalf of our communities. The current restriction is not mandated by legislation, not included in the current draft or model code of meeting practice and not necessary, as recent data shows that we never even approached the 15 motion limit. Across the last 4 meetings, just 12 noms were submitted out of a possible 60. At the most recent meeting, despite one council lodging 3 noms, there were only 5 in total. This proves that councillors are already exercising restraint and responsibility, and this motion maintains that with a fair rule ensuring each councillor can submit at least one motion and a cap to keep agendas reasonable. With the CEO's concern, the code of meeting practice would need to be updated, but this is not a substantial change. In fact, Section 362(2) of the Local Government Act allows Council to amend its code without public exhibition where amendment is not substantial. And this amendment is not substantial because it aligns with both current and forthcoming model codes. It doesn't impose any new regulatory burdens, and it supports rather than undermines democratic representation. To wait for the new model code is unnecessary. This change already aligns with where the sector is heading, and we shouldn't delay an improvement that can benefit governance now. In summary, this motion promotes good governance, respects councillor autonomy, aligns with model code, and uses the legal mechanisms available to council to make it a minor, justified amendment without delay. Let's empower each other and make this chamber more responsive to the needs of the community we serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Any other speakers? Councillor Neal?
Oh, hang on. No. Oh, sorry. We seem to be sort of having a race tonight, Belinda. It's because we're all very excited about what we're talking about, that's why. Look, I support what Councillor Mont has put forward here. I think it's quite clear that by having such a limit, it is actually causing unnecessary, I think, stress, to be perfectly honest, for councillors trying to make a decision sometimes about, will I put something in? Oh, I might have to put this one in rather than that one in. And the issue around this for me is that it actually really goes against democratic principles. We were elected to actually, put forward motions to actually do all those things that the community want us to do, and which we believe to be correct in terms of governance and doing a good job for the community and in this council. It's absolutely essential that we are not limited to one norm. And as Councillor Lamont has obviously made quite clear, it's quite clear that councils are perfectly capable of regulating how many they put in. I would find it quite incredible if somebody suddenly turned around and went, oh, I'm going to put 15 motions in. It's not going to happen, frankly. And I just think this is a really sensible thing to do, great for democracy, and we should support it so that we actually can be a more effective council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Councillor Ian.
I'm just on opposed. There's nothing new again.
Any other discussion? No. Put the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Whelan, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. That's 7-0. I'll use my casting vote to vote against it. So, not carried. So, last item in the agenda is 5.2. Notes of motion, the Coast Council. Sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you, but if you're calling on item 5.2, I'm responding to that.
I've not called it. I was actually just getting it too quick. Notice of motion, the Coast Council Sustainability and Climate Action Plan 2022-2025 for review. Councillor Neal.
Mr. Mayor, I move the motion standing in my name, and it's seconded by Councillor Smith. There is a policy which was adopted by the Central Coast Council some 3 years ago, which is a very important policy in terms of ensuring that the quality of our life here on the Central Coast continues in the way it has been and is not deteriorated by increasing climate change. And it ensures that the council takes steps to ensure that the effects of climate change is ameliorated. Now, there's two particular areas. The motion actually just seeks a review of the present policy, which expires in 2025, that is this year. But the reason I've been particularly motivated to bring this before the council and to seek its review is because of the action items that are contained in that climate plan. There are two that have not been completed, or as far as I can see, even started. And they relate in particular to trees and greening in the Central Coast, a matter that is particular concern to me, coming from the peninsula, where warming of the peninsula is continuing because of the erosion of the number of trees and the increasing medium density housing. And I do wish to pause at this time and acknowledge Mark Ellis, who's in the chamber, has been a champion of greening the environment, the trees, for many years, and I thank him for his constant encouragement and support throughout these years to remind me to focus on these extremely important issues. The two items of action that have not been implemented are the 1D, invest in forest canopy in areas of high pedestrian and cyclist activity to mitigate urban heat island effects. Exactly the problem that we have on the peninsula, and exactly the problem that I'm committed here as my time on council to reduce. 3C, develop a program to provide free long-lived shrubs and trees or nursery vouchers to the community. Neither of these action items have been implemented, and I feel they are probably some of the two most important parts of that plan. So I strongly recommend that we review this plan and determine what action needs to be done to upgrade the plan for the coming 3 years, but also to implement those very important action points that have not been implemented to date. I commend the motion to you.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Any other discussion? Councillor Daniels?
Firstly, I would like to speak to support the motion. I do agree with everything you've said. I just wanted to find out if you would be happy to make an addition, or if not, if I can propose an amendment, just that the report go to the Environment and Planning Committee.
Yeah, Councillor Daniels.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll also accept that, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor
as the
Smith?
seconder of the motion.
Yeah, I had you down as a seconder.
Could I just make a comment, and it should have been in the staff report, that these issues do have some budget implications, and we would have to fund it in this or a future budget. So a resolution to actually do it without funding is not capable of being implemented. We're about to land next year's budget, so this might be something you may want to consider, but we'll have to consider it as part of the budget process.
I have to say,
Sorry.
That I assume, bearing in mind there were no comments from you, and in your usual diligent way, if there is a budget implication, you would have highlighted that to me, so I made the rash assumption that there was none. But bearing that in mind, I'm quite happy for the matter to come back as part of the budget in terms of providing funding for it.
Mr. Mayor, I will just speak as the seconder in support of the motion. Only to say that on these matters, there was really quite a thorough community consultation process at the time these strategies were developed, and I know many people have heard me say that it was a really high quality community consultation process, huge numbers of engagement, both for and against, but overwhelmingly for council to show some leadership and develop these policies. What I have heard anecdotally from a range of people that would know is that not much has happened in council to implement these policies, which is incredibly disappointing. I note the CEO's comments about budget implications, but as is always the case in matters such as these, unfortunately, there is a view that there is a cost without looking at the other side of the ledger that shows what the savings are long term, especially in things like climate action, in things like the green grid of providing greening in some of those suburbs that Councillor Neil talked about, where you have the heat island effect, and looking at the savings of implementing those should be a part of this, but I suspect we probably don't have the resources to provide that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neil, would you like those words put on, some words from the CEO to go on the bottom of your motion about coming back to council in the budget? Can you, somebody got
Sorry, that amendment was accepted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can we just clarify the exact words? I just, to be clear,
I don't think it's necessary to actually specify the day, the meeting it goes to. I think it's sufficient that it go to the Environment Plan Committee. I don't think that was the expectation of the person proposing the amendment.
Okay.
Right. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Rowland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Lamont. No, so carried. So, done. And at 9:56, the meeting is closed.